Right, great. Well, welcome to the September 8th meeting of the Raleigh County Commissioners. Please stand and join in pledge of allegiance.
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Got it. Public comment, Josh?
Good morning, Commissioners. Josh Gehring, EMS Ambulance. There will be a funeral service on September 19th for the Director of Potawatomi County EMS. We've been requested to assist them by providing a little bit of coverage for their Blue Township area for the duration of that funeral so that their crews may participate in that funeral. We've also been requested to provide a non-on-duty, non-operational ambulance to participate in the processional for that service. I just kind of wanted to run that by you. We have the staffing, we have the apparatus. We do have a couple other operations that day. That's why we would be covering it from our Station 2's area, which is kind of what we did prior to 2018. So relatively routine, not a big impact for us. Just kind of wanted to make you all aware that request has been made, and we'd like to be able to facilitate that request if possible.
Yeah, there's no problem with that.
Perfect. All right. Thank you so much.
Give everybody over there a hot can air condolences. Yeah, I've got cards.
I'd be happy to bring it forward.
Yeah.
I will.
Yeah.
Yeah. Great. Thank you.
Any other public comment? No, close the commissioners.
Okay, well, Thursday afternoon, have my monthly appointment with the doctor. Yeah, all things considered, I guess it went well. Continue to try to tweak some things in my normal routine. Kind of plateaued a bit for the moment, but continue to kind of work at things. Also, Thursday afternoon, had a monthly meeting with Flint Hills Mental Health Task Force. I attended via Zoom. Some of the items of discussion including a summary from the recent mental health summit out in Hayes. I attended that, at least the first day of that via Zoom myself, but missed the second day, so it was good to get an update on everything that took place. Discussed the Flint Hills Mental Health Task Force Charter. There'll be more to come on that and who to include from the region with that. I also got an agency update from all in attendance, including the CSU, the hospital in Pawnee, as well as updates from within the CCBHC model. Had a very in-depth conversation on local strains from outside entities on our social service network. I know that's a conversation we've been having internally, and we'll have on the 24th, whatever, as a legislative item. So dialogue is going to continue to come up from many different sectors of our community moving forward, it appears. Friday morning, met with a group of local business individuals at Redina's here downtown, discuss some inner workings from the county, challenges, issues, and just future in general, what it may mean moving forward. Had a really good dialogue overall, and I'm sure there'll be some other discussions on that moving forward. Friday afternoon, listened to the K-State State of the University address via live stream. I thought President Litton did a good job laying out the goals and directives moving forward for the university. Do like how this address is being done a little bit earlier in the year up front, at the beginning of the academic year, instead of kind of just at places along the way. I just think it's a good spot to do that, to have that conversation if and when necessary. Saturday, went to the K-State Army game. It was a beautiful afternoon and evening for some football. Also had tickets to the Earn Appreciation Barbecue over at Bramlage, which was good as well. Ran into a lot of people at several tailgates I hadn't seen in a while, so that was good too. As far as the game itself, not so good. I don't know exactly what I was watching, particularly in the second half, but it's looking like this is going to be a very long and disappointing season, at least from this framework so far. So Sunday afternoon yesterday was the 9/11 Day of Remembrance family event picnic over at Seco Park. Flint Hills Volunteer Center distributed over 400 brand new athletic shoes to some of the local area youth, as well as brand new pair of socks and a hope tote for each one of the kids that came through. Shoes were fitted by some of our local first responders. RCPD was on site to serve a picnic dinner and had emergency vehicles and other displays on site. Other family friendly events going on at that location as well. And of course, yesterday was the first full day of the NFL season. Woohoo! Football's back. Spent watching a full slate of games, including my Jaguars yesterday, won the home opener. And it's against the Panthers, so take that in stride. But at least for 1 week, we got a better record than the Chiefs.
You're in striking distance.
Just let me have 1 week. You'll have the rest of the season. I guarantee you that. Just give me 1 week. So anyway, got to spend the rest of the weekend catching up on correspondence and getting ready for what's going to be a rather busy week, it looks like. So that's all I got.
Okay, well, let's see. Friday caught up on some phone calls and emails. Pre-law board meeting was rescheduled due to K-State meeting. The director Pete was attending. And also the chair, John Matter, was out of town and unable to come. So we're going to be meeting tomorrow. Like in the afternoon, a couple of things that I want to have changed on their agenda is all the review items, which this time, 1, 2, 3, 5 review items on what they call the consent agenda. I'm going to see if we can switch those, if they haven't been reviewed beforehand, to the regular agenda up at the top of the agendas rather than the bottom. So, but I'm hoping that you'll get your packet, in time, or at least those things before the meeting.
Is that meeting over in Ogden?
Well, it's thing in red. Like, I don't know if it's been totally decided or not. It's at Ogden Community Center. So
Okay.
on the 15th. So I'm not for sure if these items that I printed out are in red are still under discussion or what. They need to be figured out. Anyway, I think it is. Let's see. Friday, I joined some friends at Old Chicago, got into the football spirit, especially when the pit man came. So it was fun to go out and do that.
Yeah.
Saturday evening, went to the football game, which was very disappointing. So all the pep didn't help a whole lot. The Army pregame events of combat helicopters, skydivers landing on the football field, and the Army band playing with the K-State band were all really good events. A lot of fun, especially when the skydivers come down and land.
Yeah.
Right there in the field on their feet. So I don't know how they do it, but anyway. Let's see, Sunday went to church, did readings for the day, and helped out with choir and some special effects, songs. And in the afternoon, I went over to Marlette Park and walked around the whole park, got my exercise. They've really changed that. I haven't been through the whole area lately. So then afterwards, I did some watering in the yard, reviewed the agenda and documents for today's meeting. And that's all for me.
Now, Thursday evening, we attended a presentation at the Discovery Center about Thane Baker. His daughter has written a book called Running in Borrowed Shoes. He came from Elkhart, Kansas, but in case you don't know, that's almost Oklahoma and Colorado. And he walked on to the track team. And then 3 years later, 1952 at the Olympics in Helsinki, he won a silver medal in the 200 meter. 1956 at the Olympics in Melbourne, he won a bronze in the 200, a silver in the 100, and gold in the 4x100 relay that set a world record. It was really a great talk and a lot of stories of his friendships from when he was at K-State and from the Olympics that it's continued for all this time. He's 92, and he's the oldest living USA Olympic medalist in track and field and third oldest in the world in the category. He's really an interesting guy. It was, fun to talk to him. They had some books that you could buy and he and his daughter both signed them and talked to us for a while. It was really a great evening. I heard of the name, really didn't know all the stories, but it was really nice to hear it. And then Saturday, I was able to attend the K-State football game. Started with, as you mentioned, a flyover by 4 Army helicopters, 3 skydivers dropping into the field, and the Fort Riley band joined K-State band on the field. And including the end of the game was a big celebration of the Army.
Mhm.
That's all I can say.
Ready for business, commissioners? First time we have motion to approve agreement for professional services with Schwab.
I'll make a motion to approve the agreement for professional services for Schwab Eaton.
I will second that.
Moved and seconded to approve the agreement for professional services with Schwab Inc. All in favor?
Aye.
All three sign, please. There's a lot of papers.
Okay.
Yeah, I see you got a pretty good stack there.
Yeah. James Baker, Kate, Carey, over there. You say a lot more trees.
Yeah, well, some of these,
I played on both sides of the ball. Yeah, I did. Right up against that, first time receiver from the Arizona. And then it's like, I can't see your name, but gave up a couple of passes, but I think he caught my 5 passes for 40 or so yards. Had a 2-hour window last. or weather delay in that rain. Smells strange. Smells. Bagels, cheese, ironers, before they get that first buy, so it could be 1 in 5.
Yeah.
Probably hard to change it. Good team too, it's just, some of the good teams in the AFC. Really, it's all receiver. Receiver.
Prejudice is something. Right.
I didn't see it. It was, there's several people today that were Pittsburgh Jets game is pretty legit yesterday. Four touchdown passes.
Okay, yes.
This is probably not best.
One fifth. Still only 160.
I don't have the same, like, normally have the draft events on it.
This just, that's just,
Yeah, you don't remember the same because they don't, they're doing the draft events. So you want the plans.
they were just, okay, what it is, it's just these things. So it's just 3 pages.
Just me.
61 through,
3 copies.
actually, say 63. 60 through 63.
Agree.
Usually what's at home.
Next, Commissioner, going to give much to approve agreement with BG Consultants for the Crooked Creek Bridge, replacement project.
Okay, I would make a motion to approve the agreement with BG Consultants for the Crooked Creek Bridge Replacement Project.
Second.
Been moved and seconded to approve the agreement with BG Consultants for the Crooked Creek Bridge Replacement Project. All in favor?
Aye.
Oh, this is.
Right.
Boy.
Thank you. Motion approving for engineering service BG rather than the staff.
So I'll make a motion to approve the agreement for engineering services with BG Consultants for the Riley County Bridge on Kansas Avenue.
I would second that.
Been moved and seconded to approve the agreement for engineering services with BG Consultants for Riley County Bridge on Kansas Avenue. All in favor?
Aye.
Chair, please sign.
We're out.
With my pen, last to do this.
I'm sure it'll find you back up.
Yeah. Or read my signature.
Yeah, that's how it goes on, so it's on this line of that. Next, Commissioner, need a motion to approve agreement for rural water District 1 and the sewer benefit district.
Okay, I would make a motion to approve the agreement between the Rural Water District number 1 and the University Park Sewer Benefit District.
Second.
Been moved and seconded to approve the agreement between Rural Water District number 1 and University Park Sewer Benefit District. All in favor?
Aye.
Chair, please sign.
Bringing all these people.
It's supposed to be bringing us good news, Ed. Come on.
No.
Actually, this one is good news.
Yeah.
That's a good news, yeah.
Next, Commissioner, need a motion to approve county budget certification for County Conservation District amount of 55,136 for calendar year 2026.
Move to approve the county budget certification to the Riley County Conservation District in the amount of $55,136 for calendar year 2026.
I'd second that.
Been moved and seconded to approve the county budget certification, the Riley County Conservation District in the amount of $55,136 for calendar year 2026. All in favor?
Aye.
Next, Commissioner, I need a motion to approve the proclamation for recovery month.
Great. I would make a motion to approve the proclamation for Recovery Month.
Second.
Been moved and seconded to approve the proclamation for Recovery Month. All in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Please sign. A motion to approve the standing up together to promote mental health and construction proclamations.
Make a motion to approve the standing up together to promote mental health and construction proclamation.
I would second them.
Been moved and seconded to approve the standing up together to promote mental health and construction proclamation. All in favor?
Aye.
All three, please sign.
On Friday. Where's that at again?
It's gonna be public MATC this year. That's. It's from 401.
Yeah.
So the legal.
And Commissioner, the motion to approve the tax roll correction.
We would make a motion to approve the tax roll correction as presented.
Second.
Been moved and seconded to approve the tax roll corrections presented. All in favor?
Chair, please sign.
What? The thing said it's for 23 and 24, there's just one.
It's only a correction for 24. 23 was, our values sustained. So I don't know why it said 23 to 24, it should be,
Oh, okay.
yeah.
All commissioners like to go to the policy breakfast.
Yeah.
They have any, good speakers. How about that?
Forget. No, we're gonna approve.
I haven't heard of them.
Yeah, can you tell me what day that's on?
Next Thursday, the 18th.
Thank you. Oh, yeah. So it's the same day as city zoning.
Yeah.
Any items, well, it looks like did you guys get the joint city county agenda that's packed, it's got 4 items already? You see those?
Yeah.
Okay, any change to the minutes, commissioners?
I didn't see any. Go ahead and make a motion to approve the minutes as written from the September 4th meeting of the Riley County Commission.
I would second that.
Been moved and seconded to approve the minutes in the September 4th meeting. All in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Tentative agenda, so commissioners?
May or may not be still running a little late on Thursday morning. Even though we're meeting at 9.
Yeah.
It's at the country club, so it's a little closer, I guess.
Any items for next week's press conference, commissioners?
Thanks.
Okay, next time, talk at 9 o'clock. Okay, what's there? All set.
Yeah, the long meeting.
Hey, Commissioners, good morning. Rich Vargo, Raleigh County Clerk. First report, the 2024 year-to-date wages and overtime compared to budget report. You see an upper right-hand corner. We're at 66.67% point in time of the year. That's just what we use as a financial barometer as well, Commissioners, on the far right-hand column to see that budgets are approximately where they should be. It's not always exact, but it's just a good little kind of red flag, for the lack of a better word, to keep an eye on or to grab our attention to see if we need to look at something to adjust anything going through the year. Everything's looking pretty good shape. Always like to go over the center column there, the overtime spent percent of wages, because in the past, during storms or certain events, we can get rather high in that. Everything's looking really well. The one that catches everyone's attention is at 28.98% overtime EMS ambulance. So I like to explain that, especially to the public. I know the commissioners are aware, but the overwhelming majority of that is budgeted overtime because of their 24/7, 365 days a year service.
When it's way down from where it used to be.
It is. David and Josh and Elizabeth and Michelle have worked tremendously hard at that from the very beginning when we got ambulance on. Any other questions on that, Commissioners? Next report is just a little bit more detailed breakdown of those regular salaries, seasonal, and overtime per department to give you a snapshot of which areas specifically, more specifically, when those within those departments is being spent. Any questions on that? Next report. Get small. Next report is 2025 year-to-date budget activity for the respective departments. Once again, we're using the barometer of the 66.7% point in time of year. You can see those highlighted in the blue on this, or those that are above that at this point in time. Many of them can be cyclical, such as juvenile detention, budget appropriations, insurance, and general fund transfers based on when we have to pay those bills out, and they generally balance out by the end of the year. But this first overall page is all one respective budget for budgets overall. And so it'd be only if the entire budget was over 100% that we'd have to worry about a budget amendment. Always like to point out the second line down from the blue, the budget appropriations and insurance, the general, atypically low at 22.79%, because that's where we have the large budget stabilization amount. Any questions on that first page, Commissioners? Next page, you can see those highlighted in the blue. Once again, some of those are due to the cyclical nature when they get paid out. Those in that highlighted, bolded box are all community corrections, which used to be much simpler to look at in just a fund or two. And so now required by the state to break them out respectively. You can see some of those are exceeding right now. It's something that Megan and Brittany and Jesse will keep a close eye on to see if we have to do a budget amendment at the end of the year, which wait time is fine. The end of the year will be here before we know it. Any questions on that page, Commissioners? Next page, these are all enterprise funds. I'd like to explain the enterprise funds derive no funding from ad valorem taxes. It is all paid for fees and special assessments from the individuals that own properties and or live in those areas. And everything's looking good at this point in time. Any questions on that? Next report is just a little bit more detailed breakout from August to August, or year to date through August for the respective departments. Give the commissioners just a snapshot comparatively of how departments are spending their monies as compared to the previous year. Once again, not always an apples to apples comparison, but can be good information. Any questions on those, Commissioners? Next report's a little bit more detailed breakout of the general. Personnel, I'd like to remind everyone, not just for separation of service pay, no regular biweekly wages that get paid out of there. And then also the miscellaneous budget stabilization at 4,250,000 is what I was referencing, why that line item on that first page is atypically low percentage wise. We don't want to have to spend any of that money, although COVID, we got pretty close. 93, we spent a lot. Any questions there, commissioners? Year to date budget expenditure reports for RCPD expenses. I like this next page a little better. Gives you a breakout to see comparatively where we've been since 21 to 25. Bad news is we will set a record this year. That'll be in physician and commissioners. It is getting horrendously expensive. As you know, when we develop the budget, we do the best that we can based on historical data. But historical data, we are increasing the number of inmates. There are more and more psychotropic drugs, which are extremely expensive. And as the county commissioners are well aware, the county bears all of that cost, no matter what it is, whether we budgeted for it or not. So that's one each year at the end of the year, we're keeping a close eye on. Maintenance has gone up a little bit too. I've seen it higher in the past, but maintenance has gone up over the last few years. So we will have to keep a close eye on this and may require a budget amendment at the end of the year.
Percentage of the year is wrong on that though.
Yeah, it is. I saw that too, just as you said that. I saw that just as you said that. But yeah, it's still based on the 66.7, even though that's incorrect. So.
And you'll see it on the next page too. I'm sorry.
Any questions on that? The inmate medical, you guys know the deal.
Yeah.
Number of inmates, and then also the high cost of medical. Next, a little bit more detailed breakout on the advanced correctional healthcare contract that we have. That's a third party that provides those services for the inmates. You can see in our pool balance, we're at a negative 53,000 commissioners. That means that's what we pay on top of our contractual amount, all related to said topic of inmate medical. So hopefully we can get those trends to go the other way, but they haven't for a couple of years now. This year is extremely expensive. But like I say, budgeted for or not, we have to pay for it.
And you can see the drugs, especially third quarter.
Yeah.
Yeah.
If I can comment on that. So
A few months.
yeah, it's 6 months worth of billing because it wasn't being sent from the jail to ACH. And so that's why in the month of August it was higher. So I expected September to flatten back out, but that is why.
Okay.
Yeah,
I looked at that.
that's several months.
Okay. Okay.
That's the whole quarter plus some.
Still not good, but.
Which would make sense to why the second quarter was so low.
Yeah.
Any other questions, commissioners? You go through and take time to go through those reports more and have questions, let us know. We'll be glad to get you the information. Thank you.
Commissioner Woodridge opened up the report. I realized that the first report on this was 2024 to 2025. So I'm going to email you 2025 to I have the wrong document. So I'm going to email that to you. It's not vastly different, but I mean, obviously budget numbers are different, but percentages are about the same. So I apologize. That's my fault.
Next you have Michael and Paula.
Bunch done.
Yeah.
The same connection. I was thinking.
Yeah.
Send. You know, it's this first. Then it's.
If you make it, you
Maybe more response, right? It's where it's not one of those, and, you know.
I don't understand what that is, and that's not.
And that's what the city does.
Right.
We do business meetings, they would say, we go on stuff. Okay.
And I don't agree. And it's like for the ones that they say we have to review. You know, board doesn't get
Yeah.
information. How can you just say, yeah, I agree with it? That's what obviously we suffer after what they've been doing is taking those out of the pocket. I think they should be put.
No, when they don't, you know, we can pull something out of there that's good.
Put it at the bottom.
Yeah.
That's what matters. Because then by the time you get there, you get tired of it. This once a month. It's gotten to.
I've been meeting with now and it's Jen, it's a finance, because like it says, we need better. I think just saying, oh, and he said, it's six months out here. No, he needs a machine. I go buy it, not like this. I said, oh, God, I could go for it. I did that. Student trial, then I can mention the solution. Yes.
It's complaining of the fact that. One of the house say is it would be, yes, or 60, you know. That's I don't know, but an issue set, I just have a reservation, filling all that stuff. So, having it ahead of time to even look at.
That's so frightening. It's so much. You know,
We don't need it.
you know, go ahead. Because I've been up. Somebody or something.
Yeah, I'll make it. That's when you have one set of things, all stuff that you go to the teach. I can just, it's like 10 pages.
Well, I would like to have to. So, yes, like, so you don't care.
You can do, well, this is food costs, supplies cost. I mean, they don't need to keep stuff. But every look at it, I think it's really, it's just true. It's already on holidays. It's based on what's been done, actually. We saw the gas of all this, these process to the machine to get it. Like, I know these decisions. And a lot of them, those, nobody.
We've been. Population. Yes. Yeah. So that's what applications things but able to work with the members. You know, I hadn't done it.
Yeah.
It's exciting to see the.
We need to make some changes. You will see that they think they. To it's still delicious.
Oh. Michael.
Good morning.
Morning.
This is a fancy microphone you can hear. I'd like to give some updates as always. I also have my colleague Eric Martin, he's Recovery Services Manager. Since this is the month of September is Recovery Month, I'd like to tell you a little bit about what we do in our recovery services. Where we do that, I'd like to give you the mental health rest bands. The month of September is not only Recovery Month, but it's also Suicide Prevention Month. Since our last meeting, I would like to bring to your attention that we have our Inspiring Hope and Help event. This is Pawnee's annual signature event. Takes place at K-State Alumni Center on October 2nd, 5:30 p.m. So dinner and live auctions start at 5:30 p.m. $75 per person, $600 a table. I would love to see you there. Our online auction will be available with a link to our website between September 21st to October 3rd. So if anyone would like to bid on any of the online auction items, you will find the link on our website to those two. I'd like to also remind you of the upcoming match days. September 13th to the 15th, Blue Rapids Circle of Giving Match Day. September 18th, Clay Center, Gather for Good Match Day. September 21st, Gather for Good Match Day, Community Improvement Foundation. That's also Clay Center. November 11th, Armed Forces Community Foundation Stand To Match Day. There's a couple more, but I'll remind you of those when I see you next quarter. We had a mental health town hall meeting that was sponsored by our association, the Association of Community Mental Health Centers of Kansas. That took place on August 14th in Clay Center. The purpose behind the event was to bring attention to what is happening in the mental health arena, talk a little bit about the CCBHC model, its advancement and progression, what it brings to the state. We had an attendance of about 50 attendees, and people asked some good questions, and we're hoping to do that town hall meeting again next year, brought together a good group of supporters and county commissioners and legislators and all kinds of good people and supporters of Pawnee and of the mental health cause. We are going to talk a little bit about the significance of the month of September in behavioral health. And as we move into the month of September, we are reminded of the deep significance of this month to us at Pawnee and across the state and across the nation. So nationally, more than 48 million people had a substance use disorder in the past year, yet only 7 million people received treatment, leaving 41 million people without treatment in the past year alone. 49,000 people died by suicide in 2022, which made it the highest number ever recorded in the US. This is a life lost to suicide every 11 minutes. These statistics underscore the urgency of our mission during this month, Suicide Prevention Week, September 7th to the 13th, and World Suicide Prevention Day, September 10th, bring even greater visibility to the importance of early intervention, crisis response, and support systems for those in need. As the safety net provider of behavioral health services in our 10-county region, Pawnee is committed to ensuring that every individual, regardless of their insurance status or ability to pay, has access to quality, trauma-informed, and compassionate care. We serve a region with a population of over 180,000 people, and we continue to offer services in line with the CCBHC model to meet the evolving needs of our communities.
That's over the entire 10-county region that under.
That's the entire
Okay.
county region. So suicide prevention is a national occurrence during the month of September, and also Recovery Month during the month of September. There is a strong correlation, and I have an expert standing right next to me, between both substance use and suicide. I'll let him talk about that. But at the same time, we're reminded of the significance of the work that we do. That when you look at the state design, that the certified community behavioral health clinics are commissioned with coordinating care beyond the standard work that any other health provider provides in the state Medicaid design. We have recently received a significant grant. We have been awarded a $139,000 grant from the Manhattan Fund Caroline Pine Charitable Foundation. This generous funding will support the purchase of equipment and furniture for our integrated primary care program, which will provide primary care services at our Claflin office in Manhattan. This is very exciting news for Pawnee, for the people we serve. And although based in Manhattan, these services will be available to individuals and families across our entire 10-county service area. And that will expand access to care and strengthen the health of our communities. We've had a couple of successful certification visits. We are a community mental health center, so we had our CMHC relicensing visit with KDAS on July 8th. It went very successful. And our team has been working very diligently to prepare for that KDAS visit. And we also had a relicensing visit for our substance use disorder program. Pawnee is also a licensed alcohol and drug treatment center. We had a successful KDAS relicensing visit recently. Kudos to Eric and his team. We also have another relicensing visit from KDAS for our certified community behavioral health clinic between September 17th to the 19th. I'll pause here, and I would like to give Eric an opportunity to talk a little bit about recovery services, and I want to see if you have any questions for me.
I appreciate it, Mike. Yeah, just briefly, so I'm the recovery services manager for Pawnee. So we work with those struggling with both substance use and mental health. And so I have a team of about 11 folks who address kind of both sides of the coin, because we know that mental health and substance use kind of go hand in hand. So we have therapists who work diligently with clients kind of on the therapeutic side of treatment. We also have peer support workers and case managers who are more boots on the ground, kind of working with clients on those more immediate needs: housing, food, applying for jobs, insurance, things like that. And then we also have a newer, in the past a few years, our sober living house that houses about 5 men who are in the transition between struggling in the throes of addiction and wanting something better for their life. And so we've been seeing much success in that program. A bulk of our clients are court ordered. I would say about 70% are court ordered. But even in that, we have a great relationship with Riley County Community Corrections and other surrounding probation offices. But even in the court order clients who are a bit hesitant for treatment, we see a lot of success and a lot of great turnaround from clients coming in, not really willing or ready to address their mental health or substance use concerns. And once they're done with the treatment, we see a lot of success, not just in their recovery and their sobriety, but also in and bettering the relationships they have with their family, with their kids. We see them pursuing jobs or careers that better suit their strengths. In particular, with our sober living house, we had one gentleman who came into the house homeless, jobless, and really not much of a desire to better himself. But because court was kind of telling him, you either go here or you go to prison, he said, well, I guess I'll go to the sober living house. After about three and a half months, not only was he able to secure employment, but we were able to help him find an apartment. And to this day, he is still living independently, still holding down a job, and still addressing his substance use. So it's not always pretty for him. He still has his ups and downs, but that is just one of many success stories that we see through our recovery program. And so it's a joy and an honor to manage kind of that department and see the changes that are happening consistently, and to see the clients start connecting dots between childhood trauma, adult trauma, mental health, drug use, and just to kind of help them come out on the other side. So it's a joy to celebrate Recovery Month, and we sure know the struggle is not over, but we're continually seeing wins as we progress to bigger and better things as an agency. So I appreciate you all being here, and here's the Recovery Month.
So Pawnee, thank you, Eric. And I don't know if you have any questions for Eric, but Pawnee serves close to 400 individuals through our recovery services. So, thank you.
Thank you. It's a restaurant. It's very.
City County, Virginia.
Yeah, you know. Yeah.
The call city. Figure that comes up. Right here. I'm Cindy.
Oh. Yeah. Thanks.
You know when she sent that?
This morning.
2 minutes. Oh, there it is. I was in the market. Already checked the again. What I want to do. What do you have to say? It's not-
All right, good morning. Evan McMillan, Public Works. Just wanted to give notice, Public Works will be replacing, a culvert on Tabor Valley Road. This is located about half a mile west of the Wabansie County, Riley County line. The road will be closed to through traffic for that day and will be opened up the following day. Should only take one day to replace that. All right, thank you.
Stack today. Okay, first we got the Recovery Month proclamation. Whereas behavior health is an essential part of health and overall wellness, and prevention works. Treatment is effective and people can and do recover from substance use and mental health disorders. And whereas it is critical to educate our policymakers, friends, and family members, healthcare providers, and businesses that substance use and mental disorders are treatable, and that people should seek assistance for these conditions with the same urgency as they would any other health condition. And whereas almost 48.5 million Americans had a past year substance use disorder, yet only 15.6% of them received treatment, and drug overdose deaths have more than tripled since 1990, taking a toll in the lives of 105,000 in 2023. And whereas the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services, Substance Abuse and Mental Health Services Administration, the White House Office of National Drug Control, and Pawnee Mental Health Services observe Recovery Month to raise awareness and understanding of recovery from substance use and mental health disorders. Therefore, Riley County does hereby proclaim September 2025 as Recovery Month in Riley County and calls upon the citizens, government agencies, public and private institutions, businesses, and schools to recognize the importance of recovery and commit our community to increasing awareness and understanding of the substance use and mental disorders and the need for appropriate and accessible services for all people. Any more statements on that?
Thank you. I think we've said enough, but we do appreciate the county's commitment to making the month of September and a recovery month, and proclaiming that this support continues to be something that we need here, not just in our community, but throughout the nation. And we're very grateful for the support. Thank you.
Thank you.
I'd like to take a picture with you, if you don't mind.
Yeah. Should, are we getting? If we get to do it over here, yes. Next, we have the standing up together to promote mental health in construction proclamation. Whereas the construction industry workers brave extreme weather conditions, work tirelessly, and often shoulder the weight of immense responsibility to build the infrastructure that sustains our society. Whereas construction laborers are also at greater risk of suicide than any other professions. According to the CDC, the rate of suicide among male construction workers is 5 times greater than the rate for all other fatal work-related injuries combined in the industry. Whereas according to a 2021 report from the Centers for Disease Control, the construction industry has the second highest rate of all major U.S. industries in the United States. Whereas 2021 survey of construction workers found that 15% of workers reported having anxiety or depression based on symptoms or medication use. Whereas construction companies of the Manhattan area representing Kansas commercial, industrial, residential, and utility construction contractors and their employees have engaged in the following public and private partners: Kansas Mental Health Association, Pawnee Mental Health. Whereas AGC has created a website that provides resources associated with drug abuse and mental health and is accessible by the general public and the business community. Whereas the construction industry is proud to work in partnership with the above public agencies in bringing attention to the critical challenges associated with mental health in the community. Therefore, in the city of Manhattan, Kansas, we invite all residents of Riley County and surrounding areas to join the construction industry as we bring recognition to mental health in the construction industry and proclaim Friday, September 12th, Mental Health in Construction Day.
Yeah, thank you. First off, thank you for this. We appreciate it. There are multiple entities, and I'm not going to list them because I invariably leave somebody off, but throughout town and the county, we've got several businesses that have partnered up. This is our third year, working with also mental health individuals and entities to help bring in this awareness, try and alleviate the stigma so that more people will seek out. We have an event this Friday at MATC. It's from 3 to 4:30. Everyone is invited. Love to have you show up and see what's going on. Each one's gotten a little bit bigger, and we just hope that it keeps growing so we can keep spreading that awareness and provide resources and awareness of the places they can go to seek help. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you.
Sure.
Next, we've got a retirement recognition, Carol. Yeah, come on up. You got to get on the TV. Carol Summers, in recognition of your retirement after 22 years of service, Treasury Department. Appreciate all your work. How many treasurers have you worked out there in a few years?
2.
Just 2? I didn't know how long they stayed in there, but appreciate all your work.
Thank you.
You have anything you want to say or?
Thank you for all you've done for me, for the county. Appreciate it.
All right. Thank you, Carol.
Thank you.
Carol, come on, picture.
I still have a flip phone. I didn't know. Accidentally, all of it. Right? It's so true. Especially. You come up from. That's a job. That's a, yeah, that's like.
Great, you'll be here, I'll have your fund budget, so I can see you this week.
Oh, okay.
Which for us. It's not. You've been interviewed so much because of the floor. Yeah. It's still. I am not. They want to hear about the annexation?
Yeah. Hold on. No. So we got that. Yeah, there's a.
All right, good morning, County Commissioners. This is Jacob Hanson, Riley County Councilor here. First up, we have my administrative session and staff update. Nothing too much to add here on the list. Unless you guys have any specific questions on any particular project, I'm happy to give you guys an update on it. Everything's moving as it should. There's nothing that's necessarily been surprising or any setbacks on any of the projects that we are working on. So everything's going well there. Do you guys have any specific questions on any projects? Okay. With that, we will move forward to our larger topic, which is a findings of fact for the annexation of 4790 Skyway Drive, Manhattan, Kansas. I'm not going to reiterate every word here in the agenda. We did get the certified resolution from the city on August 11th. This one came a little bit later than intended. Typically, you know, we have I've separated our last findings of fact with respect to annexations. I had it separated out into two meetings. I have condensed this into one, just due to the short time frame that we've had to get it on file. And that was just kind of an oversight. But thankfully, that is not a requirement that we have these separated out. Typically, we like to allow for public to comment if they would like to comment to help inform you as a commission on the findings of fact that you're going to make regarding this annexation. And, you know, at this time, if there is anybody in the public that would like to comment, I would certainly ask the board allow that. Doesn't appear that there would be any folks that would. And with that, I'll probably just move forward. We have, of course, at the bottom of attachment C here, Amanda Webb's recommendation, our staff recommendation, who's taken a look through this, and you'll see it looks awfully similar to the most recent annexation that we've done. This is, of course, because it's a property very similar to that, and it's over there on Skyway Drive next to the airport. And for the baseline here, the reason for the annexation is so that they can hook into the city water and sewer services. And so if I move on to, of course, our recommendation from Ms. Webb is to find that the annexation of the property will not hinder or prevent growth and development of the area. And of course, that is what you all need to find in order to go ahead and move forward with proceeding with this annexation request. And I have, of course, Amanda here, if you guys have any specific questions for her regarding the analysis of this property or any of the questions you have about her recommendation.
I do have one question. This is pretty basic. Do they have to annex the land to hook into the Manhattan City water and sewer?
I believe so, because that's how you have to pay to connect into the infrastructure in order to do that and be a part of the overall zoning plan. That's necessary from my understanding.
I was thinking that, like, I know when we talked about Keats, they could have hooked in, but it would have cost them a lot more for the services.
So of course, we have properties that are hooked into city services without actually being in city limits. So they don't have to, but the city generally, especially when it's in the urban area, in the urban service area, and this particular property and the one we did not too long ago are both in the urban area and the urban service area. So they generally do require, if folks want to hook into city services, to annex into the city.
And so the next point that I would like to get your attention at, of course, is the proposed resolution here. You'll notice that in section 3, there are specific findings. I would ask the board, of course, review those and make sure they're consistent with what you all as a board agree on, and then choose to move forward with executing said resolution.
Questions?
Any questions, comments from the board? Then I would ask that we go ahead and move. You'll notice the possible motions there on the card.
No, I'll go ahead and then make a motion that the board executes the proposed resolution 090825.
I would second that.
Been moved and seconded that the board execute the proposed resolution 090825. All in favor? Aye.
Very good.
You sign.
Thank you, Commissioners.
You're going 10:10. Pleasure.
Putting in a lot of, Ken's putting in a lot of. Smell.
It's teasing. Yeah, the leaves on the wall. Well, this is like the other building. You just look at it on the back, right? Which one? You're surprised to see that that's usually what's the. Yeah, I didn't see washing there. No, I don't.
I don't know if that was just motivation playing chess.
Yeah.
I don't know. I think you need to give us a couple games there to compare.
Yeah, yeah. I agree. Yes. Look like in the case of it, yeah, this week, somebody, right here, this is. Yeah.
Yeah, it's too long.
Yeah, that's.
Yeah, we did figure out what that noise was last week.
But it went on, yeah.
Well, they didn't really sound like that.
Well.
I was sort of. It had to have been, because nobody got excited.
There's not a lot there.
I thought at first it sounded like something was blowing. It's pretty cool that I love the
Yeah.
12 publisher candidates. I've never heard that for a long time.
Still good game to go to, even though. Like I say, it was an normal celebration. Yeah, yeah.
The Army did really well. And I knew they were gonna be tough. I didn't realize.
We barely touched the ball in the second half. Yeah, defense couldn't get off.
No, but I'm often for it.
I'm starting to eat chili.
It's just me. I'm not feeling real well. I think it's allergies. Bad funnel headaches. Yeah, I'm pretty sure it is still.
Holy sneeze. Yeah. It's usually one of the sizes. So maybe it was something. Yeah. Something. It's easy.
I think it's pressure. I think it's allergies. I can tell. I kind of look up that station. It's the most thing. It's really bad. Get the rest of the meeting.
Good morning, Commission. John Ellerin, Public Works. Just with my monthly project update. Some of the projects going on design, not going to see much. I think you've seen some stakes of surveys on our last going on, but not a whole lot you're going to see happening. Window project, and an update, we're over, I'm assuming we're close to about 50% finished.
I drove over there Friday. Wow.
60 something windows, 30 have been actually replaced, and we're close to about 50 of them taken out.
Yeah.
We're getting close to the point where we have the doors and the first floor to finish up, right?
Yeah, it looked like the entire fourth floor is basically
The
gone.
third floor is all pretty much out and in replaced, and even trimmed out for the most part. On the inside, second floor, we're in spaces that we've been moving people around and getting into pretty much the O&M management fire has all come out now. And I think by probably yesterday, they all went back in, and we're going back our Friday, they were all back in. No, we're gonna trim out and finish all of fire before we end up, and maybe even do commission chambers on the first floor before we move Jacob over. I think Jake and his group will be the last that we'll do. Best for last, right? So they're moving right along. We did have a change order. We replacing the door on the third floor into the break room area that actually the frame and the window frame was all connected. So it's a good time to take the door out and that at the same time, we're getting, I think we're waiting for the front door to be made. It's still coming along, so doing well. They're moving along faster than we expected. So elevator project, haven't heard much other than September 24th. It was about the day they were supposed to have pieces made, all the equipment and ready and available, but not on start dates yet. Parks doing regular mowing of the parks and grounds. We had two of the park techs that passed their full CDLs. No, what do they call them? Restrictions on their CDL, so they're ready to go. They have, and then they've been working in landscape beds and fixing up irrigation lines to go along. Operations, cleaning ditches, shouldering on various roads, chip seal work has been redid the roads in Keats. They were looking pretty bad after they did them. They came back and redid them, so that project is now complete. Overlay project has started. I say near completion. I was hoping they get further along last week than they did, but they're milling an inch and laying an inch and a half. So that's taken them a little bit of time on Skyway. Jumped over and they're on Stag Hill now and probably or they will be moving next to Vinton, Manhattan Avenue, Rosencutter is the next one. So that might be working into October, close to October before they finish. Road grading, structure repair on Mount McDowell Creek. Evan announced that they're going to work on replacing a culvert on Tabor Valley Road starting tomorrow. Hopefully it'll be done tomorrow. CDL testing for the operations. We had one employee passed his test. We have 3 more kind of waiting. They have restrictions on their license, either automatic or pulling a trailer type of thing. So they're looking at going through some training to get those restrictions off their license. We have the 11th, we'll send 3 operators to the snow rodeo over at Milford Park. Sure they are, but as soon as that, and maybe if 1 or 2 of them win or how they do, we might be asking for a trip to Colorado to compete in a national competition. Open positions. When I wrote this, I had 1 utility tech position open. This morning, I found out I have the other operator tech quit, our return in his resignation, and our newly hired person in facility and grounds for the Parks Department gave his notice already. So 2 utility techs and 1 facility ground tech for the Parks Department. KDHE has our plans for University Park Lagoon. Just waiting to hear from that and some easements, getting those finished up. EMS headquarters is all but finished. I think some minor things that still might come up we'll be working on, but talking about moving with the leftover money back, or at least freeing it up to maybe is going into the fire remodel for the old EMS station. Working on contracts with BHS to do that work. Getting some final designs wrapped up, and BHS is working on subs to get their guaranteed maximum price so we can get the contracts to you. Peterson Ranch has an mid-October start date by Schilling. They have to finish our other roads first in city, I believe, before they come to Peterson Ranch. RFQs for the health department and FCRC study has gone out last week. We sent them out to the consultants that we have had interest from, and it should be advertised in the paper here by the end of the week. Other things we've worked on the last month or so, we had issues with the fuel pumps. If you hadn't heard already, that's quite an ordeal. So there's a pedestal outside with a reader on it. So those that need to use their cards to say it's okay for me to get fuel and tell them what unit they're in, and the screen had died and it wouldn't read, so they couldn't tell what the next step was. And it took them 3 times to replace it. Couldn't get something to talk to each other and rod parts, or I don't know if his tech didn't know quite what he was doing. I'm not sure, but we finally got him up and running, and hopefully it stays that way. The Tuttle Creek Reservoir Dredge Project. That starts, or the tentative start was September 15th. As they do that, I think the more important thing for us is that Barnes Dyer Bridge will be to one lane for 2 weeks after they start dredging. That is so USGS can get out on the bridge and grab water samples at the start of the project to see how the silt and how that coming through downstreams, how it affects downstreams, I guess. So the meet conference is September 24th and 25th. Alvin and Evan and Matt, our new assistant operations manager, will go to that. And I have to stay because I'm selected for jury duty, at least supposed to be. So do my civic duty and fill up the jury duty so I don't spend time somewhere else. I think that's all, unless you had any questions for me.
Interesting, following the FEMA system. You figured this out. Guys work both down today, we things up, now it's down to, it had to have been a frustrating process.
The ladies putting them out were starting to not like, yeah, be embarrassed. They're embarrassed for doing that, so. Well, I don't know if it's, well, we haven't fixed it yet, but we found where the leak is coming from on the 4th floor.
The 4th floor roof never has been leaking. Oh, it's not. So recently.
You found it?
Get a temporary fix, it's not.
What was it doing? Spreading?
Yeah, we found where it's coming from. We put something in the temporary to fix it, and it seems to be working. And
You find out when you get back there today.
well, after Monday's rain, it took Wednesday before she started noticing small drops. And so I think that's promising. We have it. We just didn't. Our temporary fix wasn't good yet. We got BHS said they'll be helping us while they have their lift out, pull the panels off of the penthouse where the furnace and air elevator equipment are. And help us get in there better so we can put a better patch on that.
So the northwest corner of that penthouse wherever it meets up, you can see it in the building.
Is that where it is? It's gone on for years.
Those roofs are hard because there's a couple of layers that can come here and under the layer.
Not even on the roof, it's up to the flashing, it's up above, so.
And again, they can get into the roof and go all kinds of directions to find it.
Once it got up underneath there, which was hard to find and not a logical place, or at least we thought, it's just wherever it got underneath the roofing material to find the best place to come in. So hopefully we got that all knocked out.
Forever. There we go. Roof leaks are up. Yeah. So they're. Could be coming in here. Yeah. Especially this thing, but there's a couple of which there's get this to be. I can rip it from this leak. Right, chasing down. It's working on. I bet it's good. Yes, it is. Yes, the air conditioner wasn't needed. Yeah. Did you? Yeah, that's fine. Yeah.
Believe I'm
Okay, I just wanted to, I know before I do that. Okay, that's only sure. Unless they get close to yeah, I think they are. I think the money is in there. I feel like that Friday is whoa.
Yeah, we don't consult, I guess, we don't know what they have, and then use some energy. You can actually see lights. You can see, yeah, it's. So. Yeah, there you go. I can't believe how it's been flying. I think you'll hold on a little bit at the end of this week. It's getting close to 90 or something, but it's on 82, the price is that better saying it's gonna, it's more. Pull out the grill, but I don't think I'm gonna do that. So I waited another couple of weeks. Oh, yeah, we've been grilling a lot. I got some stuff to grill. So that. It's allergies and I've got some Claritin at home. So when I get there, I'll take it. It's
Morning.
right here in the front.
Well,
It's
how are
making
you?
me dizzy.
Before I break this, it's not scrolling. Do I have to click on this?
You can scroll up on the side there. Are you supposed to have more?
Yes, there's an
I
attachment.
think you have to locate it in the packet. If you click on your item on the side, it doesn't pull your attachments.
This right here.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay, learn something new every day.
Greg, you ready?
Morning. Good morning, Commissioners. Catherine Hensler, Riley County Historical Museum Director, just here with our monthly staff update. So we're looking at information and statistics from August of 2025. You'll be able to see with visitation and tours that our numbers were a little higher than average in August. We had good visitation at the museum and the Good Know-Hows, not quite comparable to last year. We were participating in Sunflower Summer this year and last year. The only difference with the program in 2025 is participating organizations that do not charge admission do not get grant funding. So we were basically just participating this year for the free advertisement. It did increase our numbers just as far as our regular visitation. So excuse me, we were very pleased with that. But we didn't heavily market quite as much this year simply because there were not grant dollars associated with it. But we did see good numbers. The Wolf House saw 21 visitors, the Pioneer Log Cabin 53, and then we had wonderful numbers for our programs and outreach at 541. So altogether through the month, about 913 impressions with the public through a variety of means, whether it's visitations, attendance at events, or participation in workshops or activities. With volunteer hours, we also had great numbers for August of 2025. Between our general regular volunteers and our interns, we saw just a little over 140 volunteer hours. The Historical Society Board of Directors, between regular meetings, committee meetings, and then attendance and volunteerism at some of our events and programs brought in 99 hours. So altogether, just under 240 volunteer hours in the month of August. I won't go through each of the programs. I know some of you were in attendance at a lot of these, but we did a couple presentations to local and community organizations. We also participated in a couple booths at community events, like at the public library, and then at Senior Saturday at the Flint Hills Discovery Center. And then we did have our regular fireside chat, which happens monthly. What really brought our numbers up was the August 16th Genealogy and History Fair. And we saw just a little over 200 people there at that event. That event does not occur annually, but it's every other year. So we will do another one in 2027. And then just to get this on your radar, the community has started planning for the America 250 celebration. We did have the first community committee meeting at the end of August. And as we continue to have these meetings, we'll know a little bit more about what the museum's role is. And we certainly would want to invite the county to be a part of this. So Vivian is also on this committee. Once we have some more clear direction, we'll present to you and discuss about ways that the county could be involved. As far as collections, we are officially, well, I guess I'm skipping ahead, so I'll hold on with that for a moment. I had really good news to share. I still do. I'll just do it under archives and library. But with collections, we have started to clear out the temporary storage space in the museum. This was initiated by the installation of the new lighting in that space. So I am really happy to report we do have LED lighting now that's been installed in that area. We can actually see what we're working around. And I don't know if it's good or bad. We can now see everything, but we can now see everything. And there are a lot of things we didn't even know were in that space. So we're able to see much better on top of shelves and underneath tables. We moved everything for the contractors to get through, and we have decided we're not moving everything back. We're not going to just put the problem back to where it was. So at this month's board meeting tomorrow, or Wednesday, in fact, September 10th, we'll be speaking with the Historical Society to talk with them about potential solutions. Just so you know, we are going to be talking with them about potentially bringing in a contract registrar that would work for the society, not for the museum. However, they would be under our guidance. This person could help our curative collections document everything that is in that space. We don't have time to do that, unfortunately. And I would estimate there's probably 20,000 objects sitting in that storage space that we will have to go through piece by piece to determine, is it appropriate for a collection, or do we need to find a new home for it or return it to the original donor? That will be a long, drawn out process, but it's really essential that it happens. And I will encourage you, if you do have a chance to swing by the museum, pop in and take a look at it. It's amazing. We can see the floor now. So we could make our way through, but come on in and see it. You'll notice a distinct change, and you'll also be able to see the new lighting. But I also want to thank the Public Works team, Jerry, Perry, and Economy Electric for coming in and helping us with that. And thank you for supporting us with that project. We really do appreciate it. Collections numbers for August of 2025, 4 individual collections were donated, and within those 4 collections, 75 objects came into the museum in the month of August. We haven't been able to backlog anything or deaccession anything simply because we've now shifted to cleaning out that temporary storage space. Archives and library, I do want to announce that we have officially cleaned out the entire library section. It looks great. What we're going to be doing next is working on finding aids so we can quickly and efficiently locate everything that's in that space. Unfortunately, we only have partial finding aids at this time, so that is the next step. We do have a new intern. Her name is Robin Imbo, and they and Carly Ferentz, our curator, have begun kind of stepping into the archive storage as well. We're probably going to be putting a hold on that simply because we have a lot of work to catch up on from the cleaning out of the library. But anyway, as far as we look at it, it is positive. It's in the right direction. It's progress. It's also just exhausting. So as far as the work that was going on in the library and archives use through the public, in August, we had 15 external requests for research and photographs, and 2 in-person appointments and 2 walk-in appointments. So a total of 19 interactions with the public relating directly to library and archives use. Concerning building and grounds, again, I just want to note that the lighting project has taken place at the museum and everything looks great. We're incredibly grateful and very happy with the results. So thank you again. Staffing, we brought in 2 new fall interns. I mentioned one earlier. Their name is Robin Imbo, and then we also have another intern named Maggie Howland. Both are through the Museum Studies Certificate Program. Excuse me. that K-State offers, and they began their semesters with us in the month of August. IMBO has been assigned to the Archives Division, and Howland is working with the Education Division. We still have retained one of our summer interns, whose name is Billy Klaus, and she continues her work this fall supporting administrative and research efforts. Her internship is a little non-conventional since she is no longer a student, but looking for museum experience. So she doesn't necessarily have to follow the structured semester schedule. So we were able to extend it until she's able to get her appropriate 120 to 150 hours. We are currently accepting applications for spring of 2026 internships. So if you know of a student or someone who is interested in the world of museums, have them apply. They can do that directly from our website. I also want to bring to your attention that our museum assistant, Hal Dace, has been creating a public online platform for the museum and the Historical Society to share the historic photograph collection that we collaboratively own. And that will be made available through an online archives database. So essentially, what the Kansas Historical Society provides to the community through Kansas Memory, we are doing the same with our assets. We haven't come up with a name for it yet. Right now, we're just being kind of boring to say the Riley County Historical Archives Collection. We will have a fun, catchy name, but we did not want to go with Riley County Memory simply because it was too close to Kansas Historical Society. So we'll have something fun for the marketing and public affairs folks, but for now, it's very technical. So what we're doing right now is we're working behind the scenes with Mr. Dace as well as our webmaster to build the site behind the scenes. And then it will be launched publicly on October 1st. It'll be directly through the Historical Society's website. It will not be on the county's website. As we get closer to this date, we will start pushing out the marketing material. But what we really want to stress is this is something that is free and available to all. So instead of having to make appointments to come in and view let's just say a historic photograph, it'll already be digitized, scanned up on this website. People can download it. It'll be very low resolution. So they could use it for social media with proper credit. But if they want to publish it in a book or something, they would still have to reach out to us and get proper permission. However, this is something we get asked a lot, especially with people that work closely with us. How can we share your history? And by doing this, we'll make some of those assets available to them, along with the appropriate information, not just historic background, but who retains ownership and how to go about use for anything beyond just social media sharing. Excuse me, the Riley County Historical Society, the board has been on recess most of the summer, but they will resume the regular board meetings this week on September 10th, and the committees have continued to work throughout the summer. So they have still been active even though they haven't been meeting. The society also just sent out their September, October newsletter. I will make sure that you get physical copies. I didn't have copies to bring with me yet this morning, but it looks great, and hopefully you've received it by email. These publications are produced in-house through the collaboration of the Historical Society Communications Committee and our museum staff, along with journalism contributions from community members. So we do always like to put out the word occasionally. If anyone has a topic they'd be interested in seeing in the newsletter or a contribution of your own writing, we would be happy to consider it. And then once the weather cools, the society and our curatorial staff and myself will begin the clean out of the Wolf House photography studio that's down on Fremont Street. This is a project that we have agreed to help the society with, particularly because there are collection items and donations inside that building that clean out is going to have to require our curators to be present. But once the weather cools, we're going to get a jump start on that. And hopefully, eventually you'll be able to see some progress with the repairs to that building's exterior as well. So upcoming events, tomorrow night, we have our September fireside chat. It's going to be the history of the Women's Club, and it will be at the historic Manhattan Women's Club building, which is now occupied by 1880 Beef. That starts at 5:30 and that is free and open to the public. We'll have a Humanities Kansas presentation September 21st with local historian Derek Doty about Kansas music history, also free and open to the public. October 11th, there will be a cemetery preservation workshop at the Ogden Protestant Cemetery, free and open to the public. October 14th, we'll be having another fireside chat. This one will be kid-friendly. Not that our others are not kid-friendly. This will be kid-oriented. And we'll be talking with a local author who was one of Reading Rainbow's young writers back in the 90s. Free and open to the public. We'll be collaborating with Sunset Zoo on October 15th and 16th for another round of Spooky Safari. That was a program we first did with them last year, and it went very well and got a great response. There will be a ticket cost for this program. Since it's not one that we are running specifically, we do allow others to charge ticket prices. So that information will be presented as soon as we receive it, but tickets should go on sale September 15th. And then lastly, October 18th, we'll be doing our annual walking tour of historic Sunset Cemetery. We haven't decided on a time yet. We're going to wait for the game schedule because we, of course, don't want to interfere with that. But as always, open to the public, there will be a small suggested donation for attendees. But that concludes my report. Does anyone have any questions?
Thing made the presentation, but great.
I agree.
He's really sharp.
Yes. Yep. It was pretty neat, very well done, and just cool to hear his philosophy in life.
Yeah.
Thanks for attending. Any other questions? Okay, thank you very much. Have a great day.
It's too extensive.
If I have extra. I know. And too many commissions. Well. Time?
Yes.
Okay. Morning again, John Ellerman, Public Works. We brought to you a little packet of schematics or whatever you want. Ways to maybe reorganize your room over at the other place. The sample layouts, some of them, the first ones were in the southeast corner. The second set really has the sit desk situated in the southwest corner of the room. Didn't quite feel the southwest corner of the room. Well, I'm confused now.
You can pull them up in the northwest.
I don't have all of them in the pack because they came after I submitted the packet.
Yeah, northwest.
If we put them in the northwest, that puts your back kind of to the entry into the room. We put you in the northeast. It kind of leaves you, it doesn't leave you with the back to the entrance, but still the entrance coming into your side. So with this, to the two southern scenarios, it leaves you able to see who's coming into the room and kind of makes it more inviting without having to walk around the commission to get into the room.
The orientation.
That's about where you're at now.
Now, but in terms of like my office door would be, okay, over on the right side. Okay.
Yeah, right side of the picture to your left is you're sitting at your desk. The only issue I think I might have with that is in case of emergency, we're trying to get out and you want to get out that way, we'd have to go around your desk to get out that door. Is that door out to the 4th Street?
Yeah.
Yeah.
That was.
Well, and that's something honestly to consider, because I've had that time, well, less than enthused with things we're doing or talking about. Security people always say it's good to have a quick exit, and I understand the audience and the public, but generally that's not the after, and so that's something to think about, because it's not really up. You know,
Yeah, so that one that's behind would be behind
so
now.
you and far between in my career that we've had that. Okay.
So I think we still have options with the desk too, is the clerk and counselor on either side or on both of them on one side or the other. And we can get to that point once the decision's made on what we want and where we want to be. Some of the other things is I'd like to get settled or straight today is the layout. If we're still wanting to do this, the layout, which corner you would like to see the desk oriented, and that lays out the rest of the room. And you see each one, we have the presenter in front and the screen behind them or next to them. Similar to how you seem to like it here. And then I'd like to see how and what we want to finish. I think our ideas have been for sure the flooring, the walls, painting the walls, getting the new desk. With that comes the podium and new furniture for the audience. We got a quote, was that? No, I already missed it.
What about
30.
countertops? Yes. Countertops, for the desks, areas. That's how you would be.
Well,
It looks, the desk you have a desktop.
Big,
Correct.
yeah, it'll be a new custom built desk for
Yeah, little desktop. Okay.
with just a pencil drawer and
Yeah.
That's what you're, because I thought,
Yeah.
I'm crazy about curve. I was thinking it's kind of nice. Straight across, and this is, we kind of like this angle, the way it comes out. This way.
so the desk that we have showing here is angled similar to what you have, but set in the corner. Which
You guys really checking, because I think the board, as a consensus, they kind of like had space. And
Yeah, when you go around the corner, you set off different areas, space.
yeah, you'll have the corners will have a little less space and
They can't fit in like straight across.
you're gonna eat up more space.
I think maybe you could, the way to reduce the space as much as possible would be to turn our two inrooms even more.
Even more.
Getting more space so the commission would be straight. That's just, I mean, schematically have to do it,
I like that.
but that's up to you guys to talk about.
I don't like the way it's listed. I don't mind the curve.
Oh.
The commissioner that sits in the middle had the most straight piece of desk. A little bit of
Just like
curves,
this, huh?
yeah,
Just like that.
a little bit of curves on each side.
You could do the curves and then break the two other ones out. And maybe might give us more room.
So the curve, as far as the middle three pieces, are stationary. You can have two wings on one side, or you can have one on each side. So if you wanted to be the three of you together on the curve and the other two off together, you can do that. Or you can have it evenly spaced out, or the three of you could sit more off of the wing of three and lay two on the curve. So that part is just furniture came in and laid all this out. If you go with a straight piece across, you're gonna lose a lot of flexibility in the room, because where do you want to sit then with your backs where they currently are? And now that's gonna stretch the entire span of the room. So,
Well, if you have only three, though, it doesn't take the whole span. I mean, three and then two angled in.
okay, and so these are questions we've been asking before when we've been here, and the direction was vague, I would say. And so if we're gonna land on back to the drawing board again, I'm just asking, like, we need a consensus. We're getting one idea of one and I don't care of the other, like, where do we need to go? Is what we really do.
Well, there aren't any drawings in here that is very across.
Because straight across was never brought up, and we built now that I'm aware of.
Brought it up with John.
I'm not seeing how that's gonna work space wise. That's, this is not,
Like I say, setting us in a corner, to me, it needs to be curved.
yeah.
Well, yeah. Needs to. And- But if we went with our backs the way they are in Word, like we were there, you could do that plan straight across with the hangers.
But then where do you put the presenter and the screens?
It'd still be over here, you just straighten this out. You could angle these around, you don't need chairs, or they just need to be out of the way. So, I don't know, I haven't played with something.
You know. I like these where the presenters really just right kind of, yeah, now set it up across the room from this. Yeah, it should be.
Do you guys know the dimensions? I mean, we're spending a lot of money, that desk design looks fairly similar to what we already have.
Mhm.
And so if the board's fine with that, that's fine, but how much different are those dimensions? Are they different at all?
Not much.
And that's kind of what I thought, and, so I mean, you can have all new free, if you want, the majority is comfortable with the shape that it is, it's been invested in new furniture, well, it's getting the current stuff pre-finished and appropriate, because it is outdated with the phone books and stuff, that you won't find better quality furniture that's solid walnut. There's the end desk that you'll see doesn't match because it was added at a later time for the counselor. And if you're just gonna keep that same shape, you could hire someone to refinish it, and we could go in there with temporary stuff like this until it's done. And refurbish is another thing to think about, but Commissioner, that chambers. Gotta tell us be here much longer, so you won't have to listen to it all the time, but we have to think beyond our lifetime. That chamber isn't the largest as it is. This is a really nice space. It's inconvenient for me, I know, and others, but so what? I mean, we're here to serve the public, and what's best for them.
When is it, you know, I can think of once in my 5 years when it hasn't been big enough.
Yeah, so very few, we rarely get that many people in,
Yeah. Except for the,
especially with the online.
I was gonna say, during COVID, I can think of a few more times.
It's not, you know, even with that.
But outside of that, yeah.
Because Commissioner, we're talking about moving it because of all of those concerns, and Lord willing, we'll never see another one of those, but it's just things to think about.
So this room would take a lot more to remodel than that one.
But I think that's right. I mean, if you go straight in there, you start changing the dimensions a lot. It sounds pretty simple, but if you go with those straight through, it changes a lot.
No, it's kind of. I don't mind the curve, it's back in the one week, this one.
right,
But I still think you could straighten out.
he's,
Because this one has a whole lot of space on here.
well, but, because he has a file cabinet on the end, right? Yeah, we don't need that, but he has.
So one of those pictures shows a desk for two seats on it. The first one here in the southeast corner, right? They had two here, the one.
That's
Right.
Right,
There's an extra.
there's an extra space.
Correct. There's an extra there, which we have asked recent that, we don't need a sixth spot, we need 5.
Which is within what you
But-
see as the desk in the south.
Yeah, 4 foot of space. Each one of you has 4 foot of space.
Oh, okay.
We went off of just as you're sitting here watching you, where you're each of you are almost edge to edge with what you have on there. We said 4 feet of space.
Yeah, it's kind of hard to tell. Mention, so it's good. So there are 2 spaces on the end over there so that.
We asked for that to be taken out the last.
Yeah.
So there's a room for 5, not, the picture you saw on the first page shows 6.
Oh, gotcha.
Right, so we took that 6th spot
Well,
out.
the other bulb there, so,
On the back, the newer one, the back page, we show 5.
yeah.
So do you because Catherine mentioned, you got like the door, get wide and stuff, because, yeah.
Yeah, we don't need all the place for the phones and all that stuff.
But you're saying, what do we have now in there?
Those are, in there now.
Yeah, how much, I don't think it's quite this much.
They vary because of the pattern that it sits.
It's my,
Where
my
yours sits.
middle one's gonna, he's.
Yes, yours gets a little bit bigger, then the edges seem a little bit shorter and that pattern there, but it's between 3.5 and 4 feet for each of them.
On the back side.
On the back side.
Front side, you can't. So you'll have 4 feet here, each of you approximately, but up in front, you can't retain that much space up front.
And if this lower one. This one without the extra desk, where the public is facing us. Rather than the presenter, but if there's gonna be screens behind, there's gonna be another screen behind us, and is that?
Yeah, they're showing the screens behind pictures, yeah. To be, or at least that's like kind of plan.
Bring up.
2 of them behind.
Yeah, the bottom one's on the first page. Southeast.
And there must be one in front of the commissioner.
If you look here on the screen. So this is an overhead view of that curve there. With screen behind and then presenter. And then this would be the closed in pillar. Here, where you would look. To the presenter and the screen, and then the patrons here, whether they're sitting this way or at an angle.
They'll have a screen behind
If
you.
it angled more towards us, because then they can see the screen and us.
This one here kind of shows a screen.
Yeah.
On both walls behind them.
Right.
And that's that southeast corner.
And then would you still close off?
Yeah, we would close off the first column to put a bigger monitor there behind the speaker. And then so there's nothing behind the speaker but a wall.
So we can see this presenter and the screen.
Yeah, just like this picture here, yeah, that's that same. And so that closes in that first column, leaving the 2 middle ones open. And I've got questions whether we could close this door off, make some of them all.
You could close that off. You know, my office door is right behind there. It doesn't, I never go through that. I rarely go through that door. Usually go through the
I
center.
don't think we've got that table running.
It gives you a little bit more room for the table.
Yeah, that's true. If you close that off, then you go.
Usually space on.
Very few people do use that.
Well, I do.
The idea is then
That last little row of chairs, those 4 chairs, you wouldn't need those. Give you a little more space.
we've got set up for 30 chairs, just same ones we had in there before.
That we had,
Yeah.
yes.
The idea then will be to take the paneling off the columns. Hold the slider doors out, and maybe we were reducing the size of that column in the room. Hoping that's what it does. So it'll take at least this much room out of the front.
Till you tear it apart, you're not sure what's in it.
Yes, until you get into it, nobody really knows what's behind it.
We're also trying to maximize the other purpose of the room, which just like today, we're having county officials luncheon. Yeah. Where we need to set up tables and chairs and everything in there as well. And if we bring your desk and podium area out into the room too much, based on configurations, then we're potentially running out of room to use that as a setup for county officials luncheon. A lot of that space currently is reduced based on how the desk is configured and that it folds out so much. So we're trying to also keep that in mind as well, that purpose. That doesn't mean someplace else for the luncheon, but those are the events that go on in there.
Well, we've got that room behind too. Good size.
Which is smaller, so with the current table that's already in there, there's not enough room to set up for county officials luncheon.
Good. And like I say, I think by putting us in the corner instead of out, getting that gives them
Frees up more space, yes, sir.
Like moving, like I say, sliding us back. And we're slid back and forth, then when you move the wall.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Now, where would you put the flags behind us on that? Behind, like, if you were southeast, where would you put flags behind us over there?
Open for discussion.
I think that's probably what you would do.
Probably back there.
And so that corner behind the room, well, I'm not sure which one we're on.
Behind.
Most of it,
Oh, kind of like that behind there, dude. Like that, yeah.
Yeah, if you close the doorway off, it could be.
That'd be
Behind the back.
That'd be your way of getting it now.
That's,
Commission has a favor for the design team.
now how are you gonna be, I'm still asking about, if you go around a curve, each one has its own top. You're gonna have gaps in it as you go.
No, your desk piece is custom made, actually.
One piece.
It's a custom built piece of furniture.
Who built it?
It's Design Central who did all the furniture for EMS, and so forth, but they have a custom builder and that's who we went through. It is them, and they're based on trying to give you a certain amount of footprint for a desk and so forth. That is a custom built piece of furniture.
Okay, well, I just was not wanting all those glass pieces on get chipped. So it's all.
no, we'd have to have that. I mean, it's just I think it's a one piece wooden top.
So
Or
House is protected real wood. This won't be real wood, I'm sure.
I can't answer that.
was it cabinets like the ones upstairs in the collections office? Are they like that?
No.
Really big.
Yeah, it's stated on that thing.
from the same place.
Custom made.
Okay,
That was, yeah, thinking from Design Central.
they look like that.
Tops, finishes, if you would rather a lighter color versus a darker color, all of those things are still to be answered. Overall, what we're asking here is to give you an understanding of some of the layouts, designs it could be, give you some ideas of the dollar costs. And really, we would be asking for a dollar figure approval that you do want to move forward with this. And then John and myself, as he needs to, we can iron this out and move it forward. Is really what we come down to. So, you know, the furniture costs, including replacement of all chairs, is $32,000. To rewire TV, those things is another $10,000. And then on top of that, what pieces you want to do as far as carpet paint, those kind of things. So we're to that point of A lot of time spent by vendors and helping us with ideas and so forth. But we need your approval of a cost, a yes or no, that way the next step we take are really towards making the project get completed.
So I've got a $250,000 request on CIP that Brittany's going to present here next
For this project.
for this project.
Now, that includes painting the carpet.
Painting, carpet, desks, and the IT tech stuff for sure. I'm not sure how far it goes to get into the lighting. So that it would be assumed if hopefully we get good prices and good things going on, then we can get up into do the ceiling and replace the lighting. I want to be careful. We need to talk, whatever we start doing, and we need to talk about how we want to do that, because a lot of times, Jerry, we get replaced LED lighting in some offices, and the next thing we're doing is taking light bulbs out.
If you're doing new ceiling panels.
If we get to the ceiling, yes, sir.
Well, it's probably good to redo the ceiling panels, but you know, the lighting can be determined, can be changed as far as look, more sunlight, you know, more natural lights as opposed to the real stark LEDs. You can do some options on.
Yeah. You're talking about paint carpet, also include that side room.
The back room where the conference table, the side, Clancy's office, conference room, that little closet there where the IT stuff is. It'll include your offices. We can maybe go in and paint the restrooms, but I didn't plan on much anything else in the restrooms.
And painting.
Always. Oh, yes.
Those colors that you used over at the EMS building, really nice and fun. The grays and the dark blues. When we get there.
You know, like basically that arrangement, except let's say if I'd have, and it doesn't matter to turn the chairs more towards the commission if there's going to be.
We've had a picture that showed
I
that.
think you got one, the first one kind of shows that, except it has the oversized desk on that one.
Yeah.
Maybe even though. We need an extra desk space.
We don't need any added on.
Unless you're going 5 commissioners at some point. And then one of you two are, counselor or the clerk is sitting somewhere else.
I will be talking that community.
So at the southeast corner, we're still a go. The sooner we go, I get VHS to help. With,
Is that for the board for staff proceed with this?
so,
Well,
no, I don't.
when you talk about
It's in the.
keeping what we have, it's just fixing it, how much differences in size.
Well, that's what I had at the beginning, and that's what, where he said the amount of space for the redesign isn't much different. Yeah.
Yeah. But
But we've got more desk room. More.
You would have, he's 48 inches in front of you. Some of them might be a little bit on the curve. The into.
Which that's gonna be heavy redesign. Just had to be. Get the curve.
And to get those redone and refinished probably cost about as much as having new ones.
So this picture here is rotating you one corner.
That's putting it back to the door.
That door, this is that exit door up here. Commissioner Foki's office door there. So this is an idea of that.
It's gonna be closed.
Yeah.
No, that's the door that stays open. That'll be the.
Oh,
Yeah.
My only request is you see how much stuff I have to deal with. I can't have too little space.
You're just a little guy, Rich.
And like I said, only person go.
This is a different angle of that view.
We need it, and we need a screen behind everybody.
You would not, we're just, again.
Would be more for the commission to see than the audience to see.
Yeah.
That one would
Well, if
be,
we did.
but again, I like one before that where we're more facing the presenter.
Southeast. That first one.
That first one that's in your, yeah.
Um, Yeah, there, that's it.
Which is this here.
Southeast, yeah.
Yeah, which is back to this view. I just asked for a lighter look of the desk instead of the darker. I went with those old retro chairs that used to be. You remember those, Rich? That's.
See, something. If they're in, that little.
Yeah.
room, I can see, aren't they in there? Well, what's we got now?
Just be sure the chair is that.
That there's, yeah.
So he's saying we wouldn't have two screens on each wall. Those two. It'll just be that one.
I think I have.
So, and then that's the idea of the chairs and what they would look like. And then the back options.
We don't want them too comfortable. We don't want people standing around and sticking around.
The recommended is the 3/4 upholstered, not a full upholstered. This is the recommended. Like we got now? Yes. And then with the going with arm covers, which is included in the cost that we gave you, was 30 chairs with arm covers.
Anything else designs come back or?
Yeah.
It's design on chair and it's like that are different from those.
Now, do you have some of them prices that are oversized? I've noticed a lot of rooms that are getting the oversized for.
We priced them to match the width of what we currently have.
Okay.
Guys, I've got a.
Well, that's fine for me, but some people need the wheelchair people over there.
Yeah.
Need a couple of things.
And we don't find those chairs.
Yeah.
Say the arrangement are like first one.
Okay.
Out here.
Okay.
And then like I said, because then we'd be basically like this, kind of looking at better than the screen. Because now you've got to look at one of the other. Yeah. And then, but then if there's one behind us for the. Yes.
At least one box, yeah.
How hard is it when you're sitting in the audience? This way and to look at that?
Oh, I don't think this is hard. For me, when I'm presenting, I think not having the screen to look at.
Yeah.
Right in front of me.
Oh, so you can't see, yeah.
Yeah,
I
you
thought of
can't
that.
see it very well, just standing there looking at the screen.
So if we had one behind that,
One behind.
that was there, then one behind us, so you could see what you, okay.
The podium we're getting has got a built-in piece for the screen to sit inside of it, so it's not going to be up in the way like this.
That's not gonna work.
So,
Consider, yeah.
no, the podium where the presenters are, yeah. And so it's gonna sit down inside of there flush within the angle and so forth as well.
How does that work? Like, some of you designers have paperwork, but.
We're gonna cover up the screen.
For both?
No, it's got a space for both. Yep.
So cover.
Probably the screen would go there, I suppose.
Yeah, the screen in that taller. The screen would be in that taller piece, that's taller. The presenter thing's got it.
Yeah, yes, yes, yeah.
Then they'd have place, so yeah.
Yeah, if you have other materials you brought with you, we went with the idea that there's kind of an extra workspace piece there.
Because
As
people are trying to juggle stuff up there sometimes.
I don't even drop my mouse off this one.
Yeah. Or
Well, that lot. People are really fun.
But again, when we get to CIP work session, this is what we're talking about, the ideas and designs and so forth that are here. Again, the little details are there. But there's been a lot of work put in by John and his team, myself we've had a couple site visits and so forth by vendors. And so if we're gonna move forward, then, we can work out those little details. That 250 is there on the CIP.
Now, the chairs, those, are they gonna have the white upholstery, or are they gonna be traded? So,
We haven't thought that far ahead. That's where
yeah.
Even the desk color.
we'll bring that,
Yeah.
we'll bring out some samples and stuff before we go.
Correct. Right. Yep.
Yeah.
Think about white stains.
Right.
Yeah. What the.
Yeah.
Saw us with that.
We'll set a separate one aside for those other. Child proof. Right.
Okay.
I think
Thanks
so.
for all your work.
Sounds good.
Thanks, guys. Appreciate it.
I'd say with rather vague job, you guys did a good job.
Now that Corey talked to the furniture people, so they got you the pictures to look at anyway. We need stuff.
Sure.
Yeah.
All right. Next, Commissioners, we have CIP work session.
Nice.
You feel welcome?
Yeah.
We're almost as fun as our budget.
Yeah.
It is.
Yeah. Somebody clicked and then everything just kind of messed up. I can say, thank you. Hmm? Yeah, I was trying to figure out what that item was. I was like, I don't know what that is, but. Okay.
Page 116.
Okay. Good morning, Commissioners. Brittany Phillips, Budget and Finance Officer here for our CIP work session. There are several requests in today, but really only from two departments. So we have Public Works and EMS. We have all the attachments, authorization forms attached, and the departments are here if you have any specific questions. But EMS had some replacement or modifications, and then Public Works had some parks, equipment, LEC, and then facility costs as well. There is the cash information that I always include in any CIP work session. So this is off of the August 31st reports, including any project expenditures that we've already spent and estimated projects that you've already approved in the past. Correct. Yes. So they're so they're just the estimated costs that we had at the time. Sometimes those come back in, for changes, stuff like that. So, and then of course, reserves as well, which we have broken out here, or CIP reserve, FAIR, FFE, which is the Federal Fund Exchange that John does. So that's all for roads and bridges, and then the CARES funds that you had transferred in here back a few years ago.
What is a CARES fund is a reserve, what for what?
So it is earmarked that it's supposed to help with the EMS headquarters. And I think obviously since we've used ARPA for most of that, I think you guys can use that however you need to now.
If there's restrictions on how it,
There's,
Not once it's transferred over.
what, that's the thing. Okay.
yeah,
So why is it in reserve?
you guys just had it reserved for.
Reserve it for that.
Mhm.
Then use other fund. Oh.
Yeah, because originally it was gonna be EMS headquarters and like the EM, so it was supposed to be one, my understanding, and maybe Rich can correct me, but so that was just the CARES fund was moved over there and was earmarked for extra if we didn't have enough in ARPA to cover those expenses. So
I think we will have enough, well, the ARPA funds, we'll use that and then all the interest that we earned on ARPA.
That's gonna be pretty close, and we may use some of that, not.
You could,
Depending on what some of these final prices come in on
correct,
there.
correct.
We'll have available for any project, really, but it didn't really, that was really model. So
After we've done that, then we could move it back into the regular, because
in the regular season.
regular CIP.
Correct. Yeah, we wouldn't have to list it as a reserve anymore. So, did you have any questions on any of the specific projects that were presented in front of you today? Here's our long list, but we're only asking not for this noxious weed one, but it's just all of these public works and EMS. So quite a few in front of you. And then we have lists going out to 26 and 27.
Question on the EMS, let me find that one. Is on the ambulance remount. Yeah. Three, what is it brand new? What is a new ambulance? How much does that save? What's the new ambulance run now?
I wouldn't be able to say accurately and apologize for that. I can certainly look that up and get it back to you. I know that that there is cost savings in the remount program. To kind of briefly explain it, they essentially just pick up the box on the existing ambulance and place it on a new chassis. But I don't have the exact dollar figure and what that savings would be.
I assume it's saving, but
yes.
But also it says it wouldn't be done until 28. So does it still go? Is it still going to 25? So I guess it goes into that.
The estimated.
This estimated one goes in, because I'm sure there's others like that we ordered a truck, but it'll be in there for 2 years. That's what all of those things kind of cover.
Pretty decent lead time on
that. Yeah, it seems like equipment is long lead times right now.
Yes.
Oh, man. Yeah, the first line's already done, it's just that, right? The 1.6, all that stuff is already,
This?
no, down below. That page, the top section of it's already, no.
I'm sorry.
That great for
The 1.6, yeah.
that 1.65, that's already done, right?
No. These are the requests that he's requesting today.
It says,
All those had the remodel.
but modernized, is there? We've got most of the modernized elevators, I assume that wasn't.
That's the ones we're doing, the COB office building.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, so that's for the clerk's office.
We'll get a lot of elevators.
Yeah.
That's, okay, that's.
That's what COB stands for.
Yeah, you do already have some elevator projects approved, but they're not on this
That's
list.
not for, okay, that's wasn't following that. And then the HVAC replacement, where is that? Is that the one at the?
Someone at the law enforcement center.
Well, but no, it's listed down separately. Sure.
Oh, that one.
So that is, we have 25 HVAC units that are over 20 years old. And so this is the beginning of maybe 2 or 3 requests to start to replace as many as we can within that 150,000. Yeah, that part of that, what I think, is that the one we were doing commission, first floor, the CPE? Yeah, I mean, the ones that, as they come up, start failing, or we get time that we found a good time, they'd be the first ones to do, right? So, I mean, after 20, 25 years, they're gonna fail. If they start getting a leak, we can't replace the Freon in them anymore. So they have to go.
There was a study.
You approved the study, but we don't have funding for it.
Oh, we approved it. Oh,
So this is
just,
what that
I thought it was just gonna come out of your budget.
No,
But you see why I don't feel bad taking like, but you see how much she gets back here? You can say my.
well, no, I could, so we could take out the HVAC and the first time someone gets hot, so don't call Gary.
Yeah, then the second one, the health department, FCRC.
And those are just the study portions of them.
Yeah, but that, we'd said we wanted to do it,
Yes.
it never funded.
You approved the study and the doing it, but never the funding to do with.
The exact same question. I was like, I'm a little confused. Why do you say this?
We said go ahead with funding it.
Right.
Oh, okay. That works.
You're the boss, right? You as a group is the boss, right? Yeah, that's what, yes, those are for, and then the commission chambers remodel is that 250 that I mentioned asking to do that part of.
That's what I was confused. I thought some approved sort of.
Right, the IT
Funding.
remodel from the management and fire zone space.
Yeah.
I think I underestimated that dollar amount. So I'll be coming back if that gets approved. We'll be coming back for probably more once we get into
When IT
bidding.
moves into that space.
Or to construct or start doing the remodel.
Yeah.
But at least get me started to do the design.
Yeah.
And then we'll get estimated costs to come back for updated.
Because I'm sure moving all that equipment over there.
Right. The IT room, all the servers,
Yeah.
the generator on the roof, yeah, and all that stuff.
We don't have in here a rooftop patio, do
You could still get up on the roof, not now the generator goes up. It'd be loud.
Yeah. No, I just thought it'd be a nice little area up there we can see.
Could be.
Could be.
We asked for that during election when that was remodeled. You know, we were like, can't you just?
I'm kidding.
Access to it.
We get a whole road from MHK.
A dome raider, yeah, make that happen.
See-
My office over there before he's.
Did you stop sharing our ideas, Rich?
Already so much better than a budget discussion, right? So.
Hydrant, we don't have a hydrant.
We do not have, so
Yeah, those things are.
that's like, it's either two trailers or one trailer. So what you see like Larson pulls around a lot are the vac trailers that use a power washer and a vacuum to suck out holes that look for utilities. And the other one, you can build them all in one trailer. Is what they're looking for is maybe to stick in a sewer line and clean out, or Public Works would use it for cleaning out culverts. We can run that through the culvert and clean out the culvert and open them up. And that's what this is being asked for, is from Public Works to do that, and utility looking. So the guys will come out and put the flags in, but they won't tell you how deep it is.
Yeah, and you
have to expose it yourself.
hose mouths.
Right.
Defined for the belly or.
And it's a safer way, so you're not just damaging utilities and running the backhoe.
Then, yeah, like I say, he can also use it to clean out folding.
Yes.
That'll work nice.
Any other questions for staff? Yeah, we haven't submitted the actual request for that one yet. It's just been on the list. So
Say, it wasn't one of the back sheets for the.
correct. Yeah, so that one, we've routinely moved that year to year. We always keep it on the non-funded list, but I think there's not a lot.
Someday.
Yeah, it'll happen someday. Rich says it's not gonna happen during his time.
I have reserved a fair amount of money for you in court, so.
Yeah.
For the technical or tech fund, I really earmarked that, spend a dime to that.
That was the other thing on the playground equipment for Seco, we've been putting so much a year. How much is in there?
I had that too. I think we got 375.
I couldn't say if that's right or not. It sounds right.
I think we got 350 or 425. I mean, it was a 75,000 difference because that was.
Yeah. I know what we should decide each year to get enough to do some, but also if they're talking about doing a whole master plan for the CEO, we don't want to spend it till then, but that's not, we're not talking about spending it, we're just talking about putting some money into when it does
That was
happen.
for the playground, assuming the playground was up in the millions to replace.
Yeah, that stuff is, they go under that new sign city.
That's what playgrounds are.
That study that's being done by the city.
Well,
Is
well,
that
they're
going to
just,
be a joint study that we
well,
can
it's not
study?
a study, they're just saying, their questionnaire is just, do we want, do people want to do it? There isn't any study yet.
Right.
Yeah, the study has to be coordinated.
Can just see what they want to see go.
Like to see us and maybe use some of that money, but you know, for us to do a plan on what we want to do with, what could we do if we move the playgrounds, what, you know, with the entire department. At least what we see what could be done, because there's a lot of space that could be utilized. Not utilized. So. What it would take, just
Put those in the direct on good.
But like I said, wait and see, see what their survey comes back.
Some thousand for the, I don't know how much. Master plan of study for our portion.
That's one thing, keep the news media keeps reporting that, yeah, that park is jointly owned by the city, county, and the schools. No, it's not. It's separately owned piece, but they, you know, they keep saying, oh, they have to work together because they all own it together. That's not true.
Well, if we just did a study for our portion of it, which is about 51 acres or something like 51.4 acres. You know,
Look at this. I mean, I don't want to get too deep into CIP stuff, but that's. What do you want to do with the fairgrounds?
Right. I mean,
Well,
that's a long
part
term.
of that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
if we,
That has been talked about for 30.
I know, 2 years.
Since it's, well, when did it move? How long has it moved out there? 60s, 70s,
60s, 70s, it's on the recognition.
Never seen it for you.
When we did
You
it,
know, Bob Newsom was the county commissioner when I came on board, he was part of extension when he got that, when he was younger, he was there.
city's going to gear everything towards getting water.
But people want it, but they want to pay for it.
Well, yeah.
That's the only why they're putting that in the costs. That's gonna.
Living in the city, no. I better go maybe lose something.
Yeah.
Plus, you know, they lose it. No. But yeah, it'd be good to figure out a study of some. We've got a study on moving the space up there at the county facility. We've got a study that's done that. To put the fairgrounds.
Yeah, there was a plan to build a years ago, but it included a motocross track and everything, because Ron Meredith, the assistant public works director, parks director, was big into motocross, so. Oh, they tried.
He just did a sketch. He just did a sketch of. I mean, he didn't sketch. Instead, they just.
He got.
Yeah.
Plenty of room.
But the extension started their foundation to try to start. So
They're meeting on that later this week, extension is with their advisor or whatever. Discuss it further. He said it kind of died in a little while, but it's gonna get reinvigorated. So. Danny will probably give you a report after that's done. I'm gonna imagine.
Well, back to this.
Yeah, any further questions on any of the projects presented in front of you today?
If you want to proceed with any of them, or you like
Yeah.
me to come back.
The last two on the facility ones probably be pushed off. The elevator, as long as it's taken, it may not worth pushing too far. I have it later on the sheets.
I'm okay with anything. But we,
6 and 7.
Yeah, the second floor courtroom and then maybe till next year or so, the elevator.
Move both of those the next year. Just so the board's clear for that, making action.
whoops.
well, that's one that. Yeah.
There's 3 for the EMS, right?
There's 4.
4, okay, doesn't. The remount, I didn't.
I guess it's involved, the public works that's not this fine development replacement.
Let's just do the chat.
Just replacing
The box that we had on top of it.
it said something about the hydraulics are weak. But I thought, but you're talking about reuse.
Well, that will be rebuilt. We put that chat, the box on. The main thing is that it has a lift on it, a crane. All on it. A bed that we got. We'll take that and put it on the chest and go out to do.
And maybe I wasn't clear about what I thought you meant. That, yeah, you're using.
We're using the bed on it. The EMS is going to do that.
Maybe Brett, you explain to the resolution spreadsheet, the department rankings, because the importance of what they would want.
Right.
Yes.
In order, which is their priority for the department standard.
Yeah. And Commissioner Foki, I'm sorry, there are 4 listed on here for EMS, but David has only submitted 3 of these activation forms. So, sorry.
I'll see.
Yeah.
This is the last.
Mhm.
Last. Number 4 on his isn't submitted. Right?
Correct, yeah.
Gotta go back. Top.
Then I did have a question on, and there's one for you and the public works and parks about a new truck with plow. Spreader, getting new plow, can't reuse the existing.
A lot of times the park, I think, has plow, I think, what to use. But a lot of times when we sell it, we'll sell the whole truck, spreader and all.
Oh, okay. Rather than trying to take it off. But
Yeah, so
make it easier.
that. Make sure it's a new plow and spreader with the new truck.
No, you got mine not fit the same.
This, yeah, a lot of times you don't know if we're bidding.
Whether you're gonna get, yeah, okay. All right.
Were there any other questions, or do you want me to go through these just by these departments and we can go through and approve them as that, or how would you like to proceed? Or I can come back?
I think we've got our iPad, but you know, that my thoughts in the way, but John, his opinions in it. And come back, and I'll go ahead and take off the ones we definitely said no to.
Yep.
You know, one from EMS and two from Public Works.
Mhm.
Excellent. Back so that John can see what we're doing too.
Yeah, absolutely. I can do that.
Well. Move the recess session with function.
Okay, I would make a motion to recess the Board of County Commissioners after our luncheon.
I'll second, it's been moved and seconded to adjourn the meeting after the county officials luncheon. All in favor? Aye.
Okay, we are up live.
You're gonna be able to. First order was talking about your GIO stuff, is that something?
I'm gonna give it a shot.
Okay.
Is it easier down here or should I go up there? Down here is the good.
I can be fun.
Yeah. Megan will tell you all about that. We'll play telephone first right now. So I brought up at commission meeting.
It's delayed.
Broadcasting anything. Where's that coming from?
Does anybody have it playing on the phone?
Spear.
But it's not any laptop to the right. I was kind of.
Yeah, I go. It's not looking good.
Do you have a laptop in your back?
Then this is a piece that I don't, yeah. You would think it would stop playing when you close it.
It does it. It's weird.
That is amazing.
Okay, we're done. It's been a weird day. So I think a couple weeks ago, I brought up the idea to some commissioners of creating a communications manual for policies and procedures, because we haven't had one before. And partly because, in my job description, I have tasks that will impact the entire organization. I'll read one of them, that I initiate and oversee the establishment of countywide strategies, plans, and programs. I'm sorry, I'm not, my voice is changing, but that's it. Designed to ensure all communication and public relations efforts are cohesive, consistent, and effective in support of the mission and goals of our employee. So, when you already talked in the past about a style guide, and this is kind of a style guide plus. So it would include things, I just typed up kind of a sample table of contents, so where you might be able to types of things that this would include. And usually a couple of examples. So as simple as we use plain language in our communications. And that's something there's a plain language standard at the federal level that says instead of during a superstorm, you don't say due to inclement weather, the typical schedule is going to be altered for the day, and you say due to a snowstorm, runway offices will close around 18 o'clock today. So what we're putting out to the public is intentionally created so it's easy for them to understand. So create some of those standards, and then also things like the how we do things as well as the why, and some guiding principles like according to our mission statement, of course, that's going to be the guidelines. But then underneath that, hopefully it principles of trust and opinions and have this whole lot of young people take the whole thing that so they require the same instruction. And then you kind of remove that being okay. And then also some policy things on really like photo releases. Right, our policy is that we have to get, photo releases for anyone who's public. But we don't have a true way to do anything with them after we have them signed. You know, we catalog them, we keep them in this photo. We don't have guidelines for, okay, we're at the name about what we're doing, and then we took a picture of the crime of how we done that. Versus there are some protected spaces in between 94 months. So you don't want activities, we get with patients who are visiting the health department to access services. Or I saw that photo on the website and working with the county. So just taking the staff and getting all of that stuff outlined. So that I would like your permission to do. Because even though it is in my job description to do, so I don't have authority. And I don't want to continue these things without input from everybody and then, overall, with an action something. So that's the process I have to fix. The question is, do you have one shot to keep trying?
Is it something you're planning to bring forward, like your department head meetings, discussions, and?
Yeah, it's what you and policy procedures, but we to have standard community help with that along the way, and then present it to department heads. They get a feedback from the process, and then have something that will make a finished product. But I never looking off, but just to get and staff and papers and say, we hope this to be on politics and like I will get involved from the beginning and get permission to create it for items to find out about.
So for the purpose of this manual, just like baseline is, you know, have a consistent approach to public facing information. I mean, that's the model.
Yeah. I would like to say about to do the opportunity with the union. So the things that need to change, I know it's but if you have maybe a checklist, notifying staff, like it's like a little paragraph, helping things, get staff meetings, they get questions, or for their own understanding of what's going on in the so.
Yeah.
So,
Well, and that's because also with this policy manual, I think what maybe some department heads probably want to avoid or want to partake in is like, we're not necessarily, you're not necessarily trying to control exactly what the message is. Just explaining how you should get it out.
but yeah, if you have something big going on, these are different tactics, like you're gonna try, staff, you're gonna against these are kind of procedures, but also provide some kind of to you. So you wouldn't have to try to write the email notice for you. But I would like you to remember saying, this some months ago. Or if you have something big, the one that's getting me from you, so I can help with news release. Other investigations, products, and how you do that.
I'm bored. Not like a good idea.
And also you had to, as part of this, create, we've had expectations for website revision. That every department should have one person who is trained, spend money on the website. And I said, we gotta, also put in place, and then giving some structure. I've been kind of training with and with, but develop some more serious training institutes, so he's saying, to put that thing, not just wrote sheet for me, so she can replace some of her pages, but make that a little bit of programs. And have some expectations, and then maybe we meet more to make sure everything's in the same place that has procedural stuff. then I'd love to do that kind of social media. Have a group of contributors, and we're all listening to what's with you. And then also give some of them to see in case. How I've all been through feels. Yeah, and it feels like you don't want it to be, like you're not allowed to say. You have to check me for anything that's something like that, it's to be, I want to make things with you, but it has to be consistency. What happened, I'm very happy to do that. You can ask people to.
That's, I think, a good idea. I would say just generally, well, it's nothing, start getting specifics, then you're gonna have a 300-page thing, nobody can want to do. You gotta keep it brief enough that everybody's paying attention to it. But no, I think it's a good idea. Gotta have a consistent in the city. Consistent ways, that is getting things out.
Well, we also put something there to touch on, like, if you're not people, that you do the backup, the IO, maybe not be.
Well, that's the thing, I was trying to think about, like, if you had some people from that.
I would definitely like to see more formalized training of the staff on the website, just because it just hasn't been. It is obviously it is a priority, but it hasn't been, it hasn't been structured, so we can say, okay, I can send these two people, and then, so, because I know even for myself, I still come to you and say, can you make this real quick, just because we just don't, they're just not comfortable enough with it yet, so. I would love to see that, sooner rather than.
We just do a lot of updating on our site. I mean, that's kind of one of the things is just finding how untouched it had been for so long. And then get in there and update things. And I have second Shiloh, some more formalized training, not just for Lauren. Probably leads to staff, just because everything we do is so statutorily driven. And having some of that forward facing available on the website is kind of a first line of place to go for things. And so with all the legislative changes and changes in the last 2 years, we've had to completely overhaul portions of our site just to make sure we were getting the right information out there. So I think having a policy or expectation or some sort of guideline would be great. It's one of those things that we do with so many other things all the time. It's like, oh, what about the website? We need to get that updated. So yeah, I think it's a great idea.
Basic things.
Yeah.
Many times, structured materials and boxes, the goal is really out to learn treating, and that's like, it's hard to find the app. It leads for me to see myself and any benefits in the long term if they have training and that stuff. And then that place, and a lot of your staff, something to do, and then we have quarterly, however it is out for that and for social media or for that on the meeting. Then I think it kind of sets us up, like that the machine will move forward, it doesn't give the person. You have to cover it, how we're gonna do. You got to be sick. One concern is about what you tell me.
Thank you. It's the only thing we had on the agenda today. Anybody that's something you want to bring up to us?
I'll give an update on our search for an assistant
It goes, we've had very few applicants. We have one scheduled for an interview right now. So we're hopeful that that turns out well. But aside from that, there hasn't been much interest, so. We will see where things take us and go from there. But just give you an update, since whoever the assistant will be, will obviously hold one work with you guys.
Yes, why they need to keep the kind of work is not desired or not paying enough or.
Well, it's definitely not pay. There's no way it's pay because coming from at least the state, literally, you know, an hour to the east here, this by far is a better gig. It seems that people aren't wanting maybe to get out of these larger metropolitan areas. You know, it's the only thing I can think of. And, you know, I was talking to John a little bit about that, and that seems to be kind of across the board with some of these more, you know, professional level positions. You know, I don't know how we do a better job advertising people. And I don't know if more advertising would help that situation or not, honestly. About a loss, but yeah, it blows my mind. Just because, you know, coming from somebody who just, you know, was hired literally almost a year ago now. You know, I just was a great opportunity. I tried to jump on it as soon as I seen it. I did it twice. And so it doesn't make much sense to me why there hasn't been much.
I think a lot of it has to do just with, you know, for those professional type jobs, even the upward families, you have to move. So if A is not big, so that comes into play. There's a lot of other factors, so it is a challenge. I understand completely. I know, yeah.
It's typical with department head level positions or higher administrative level positions, you just don't get the numbers, and it's not pay. You just don't get the numbers for any of those positions across the board.
How did you find it when you applied?
Indeed. I kept an eye out, just kind of looking for opportunities and just Indeed is where I normally go for them, where I've gone for almost every job. Yeah, which is.
I think if there's something we're missing.
Yeah. You know, I mean, there's, I think Anna probably hit it really on the head that some of these higher positions, it's just, they're asking for families to be. Not everybody, well, we had one applicant who had a lot of experience, and we submitted his application and then, withdrew it, today. Notifying us that, you know, I talked with my wife over the weekend that we actually decided not to sign.
He's the wife decided not to.
Perhaps in that case, so, that seems to be it, and with that too, just, you know, I'm doing what I can to get everybody's questions answered and all that, and everybody's been extremely patient, so I appreciate it very much. And you know, me getting to your questions and your emails, as things continue to, so, thanks.
But you have deleted your Indeed, all right?
Say again?
You have deleted your Indeed account, right?
Now. No, I'm going to my house.
So I'll just give you a little update. About a week ago, there was a big social media push coming out of Sudbury County from one of the commissioners there, calling out the state regarding how motor vehicle operations are happening right now in Sudbury County. They just finished their budget, and the commission cut the ad valorem support that the motor vehicle department is getting almost by half. So they're getting that to be close, I believe, one of their looking at making cuts, and so he's putting a big push together, and so they're getting the what do you call them, the five large counties are supposed to be getting together to look at a pretty big push against the state on how they're going to, anywhere from revamping the entire motor vehicle process to getting funding. So with legislative session coming back up again, where the treasurers are revisiting our push, at least to get the funding piece of it. So anyway, just thought I would, and I have been invited as the legislative chair of KCTA to attend that meeting whenever they have it. So I will keep you posted, because if the top five, the five large counties are not happy, the public is really going to start coming forward, because.
They probably got as representatives.
Right.
Stating between those five.
Right now, I know in Sedgwick and in Johnson County, their queue opens up, in Johnson County, their queue opens up at 6 a.m. and it's full by 8. Sedgwick, theirs opens at 8, it's full by 8:30, and they'll have, over last Friday, the last day of the month, they had over 200 people standing in line at 8 o'clock in the morning. And of course, that was also the debate that the system did come up, and so, it just perpetuates the issue, but we are definitely still looking at legislatively how to get the funding, at least that piece of it correctly. You question on it.
Good to hear.
Pardon?
I said, it's good to hear. An ongoing problem.
And just to touch on that also, we're waiting on the results. There was a legislative post audit done looking at unfunded mandates, and part of it was motor vehicle, and part of it was tax collection. For motor vehicle, the 3 counties that they picked to review were Johnson County, Labette County, and Gove County. So, and so we're waiting to hear what those results. But I'm 99% sure it's going to back what the treasurer's been saying legislatively, that we are way being funded by ad valorem tax dollars more than we should be.
A lot of work for the state.
Well,
But I guess you get
a little bit, doesn't cover all of us.
fraction.
So I am working on, and making this really impacts negative diet, but we already have, our budget calendar that goes, started in February. But I put together one for grant budgets, and I'm gonna bring that to you guys in October for official approval. It'll follow same layout, but it'll just have some different dates so you guys can see like draft budgets ahead of time, and then we'll be working on all of those numbers, way in advance versus, and in that February timeframe. So we'll try to be more proactive about that. So we actually have a process in place for grants. Okay. And then the department heads did approve, for me to bring them to you, I haven't scheduled yet, but they did current policy and a revision of the first current policy. So I'm going to work with Cindy in those agenda for 2 results.
Speaking of budgets, we made it through. Because the paper tends to publicize what they want. Raised a lot of cane at the start when we knew, we even said at that meeting, this isn't working, and then once we do end up something, they kind of, say heard a lot of hollering at the start, about 13% or whatever they were offering it. But we got down to the end, most people understood that. I mean, I just like people questioning. He said, our expenses are going up. And I said, so are ours, the expenses go up for the county, for you. Okay, this year, our overall ad valorem went up 3%, which I thought was pretty fair.
the Mercury article read a little nicer than the others. So I thought anyways, they have a budget for. Other than Pot County or the city, you know, obviously, yeah, we got. Yeah, that's for change.
The taxes did not go up because of the appraisal.
Some of the rest of them say.
Just throwing it out.
And when people ask a question, I said, what's the appraisal?
I just left, I noticed that.
You didn't do the budget, she gets the revenue.
And we wonder why people. That's the narrative, unfortunately, about legislation, just gets so mixed up in their head and I don't understand because it gets appraisal. That is the problem.
Hey, question for representative up there. He's adamant that it's the appraisal.
Oh, yeah.
Who was?
What first?
Stars? Stars. So you're kidding. No, it's God. I've had discussions that, and we don't get mad at each other, but we both disagree completely on it. There's a couple of discussions.
He's funded his whole career through school taxes, and he doesn't understand taxes.
Yeah.
And during KAC, then they have a thing they wanted to change for appraisers, which I thought was kind of interesting that I didn't get you take on. And it was nothing substantial, but just really like a public facing, and that would be like terming the appraiser as the state appraiser on behalf of the county. How do you feel?
No. No.
No, you have anything?
No, that's coming in the center.
Is it?
Yes.
Yeah, they are.
I've listened to some commission meetings and it's just that it's constant back and forth of that it's because PBD has oversight. They are not our supervisors. Commissioners are the ones who hire us or appoint us to be the appraisers. PBD has oversight to ensure we're following the rules and reports to our commissioners if things are not in compliance and things like that. Our commissioners have to hold us accountable. But ultimately, PBD is the oversight agency. And I don't know why that keeps coming up, that they should be, we should be employees of the state and not of the county. That's
Just take the heat off of them, put them to sea.
pretty much. That's exactly right. That's exactly right. Because I watched that commission meeting and they just want to be able to point the finger at the reason why your taxes are going up. It's a state thing, but they won't accept that. We have responsibility in that, the budget.
They fix the budget.
That's exactly it. Yeah. And that's exactly what they got trying to get the director in that meeting to say is that, you know, it's the appraisal, and you have the oversight. No, they have the oversight to ensure we're doing our job, and if we're not, they have to tell our commissioners, and our commissioners have to. I mean, commissioners should be holding us accountable to certain things, and so it's just, again, it's just even commissioners don't understand the responsibility of the appraiser's office. And so it was really interesting to hear the dialogue and just that same, just lack of accountability for the responsibility being on the budgeting authority. And so that's really kind of where it keeps going back to that. It's the appraisal, it's the state.
But that doesn't be appraisal, you're just deciding how it's distributed.
Right.
We set the budget.
That's
You
right.
just tell how it's going to be
Right,
divided up.
we don't raise values to get more revenue, we follow the market based on the sales. So the appraised value is ensuring that the distribution is spread equitably among similar properties. For, you know, $150,000 home pays taxes on $150,000 home, a $2 million home pays taxes on a $2 million. That's the purpose of the appraised piece of it.
Put that in plain language so that.
Actually, a little bit more, I want to pay taxes on a hot dog versus a steak. That's really what that video talks about. The people getting the steak and the caviar should not be paying equal amount of taxes as the people buying a hot dog. And so really, that's the plain language of it, and that's really what the appraiser is, to just ensure that our values are set before the budgets even begin. And so you commonly hear that you raise the values, so you have more revenue. No, we're following the market, and it's that in Manhattan specifically, it's demand. There's huge demand multiplied, driving those prices up.
And that's what I wish we hit this on too, for people to understand is that they, as in the residents here in Manhattan, are driving the price. When you consistently have these $180,000 homes that come through with a sale price of $250,
Yes.
it changes the appraisal over time. You know, 1 or 2 here and there, it doesn't matter, we see it all the time. They can't even get finance for it because it's so out of the ballpark, so they're being capped. Well, we've had enough of those come through, everybody's else on the block, it's going to be valued at $250 because obviously that's what you can sell it. So it's not even for going out, I'm gonna raise it $100,000, you know, but they don't get that.
Should get it right now and take it.
I tell people that all the time, it's like, we're offering more.
One sale by itself, you know, sometimes we'll see that in a neighborhood, we see one really crazy, and I'm like, okay, well, that is not really, that looks like an outlier. Then the next year, we have 3 more just like it, and I'm like, this is not an outlier anymore, this is kind of scary, and we're just following that market.
And honestly, you really saw it in COVID started, because in office, you use all the Brook Streets as an example. Those houses were 145 to 160 on average. Period. Every so once in a while, you had like a really special one, you might be at 175 for, maybe. Now they're all 235, 240, 250, and up. Same house. Just like crazy.
And the appraisal, and she's totally right too, the appraisal will come in, sometimes $10,000, $50,000 too low, they're making up the difference. So even though the fee appraisal came in low, they're still willing to pay that to acquire the home, and it's not one person doing it, it's multiple doing it, and so. Again, that sell price represents market, what somebody is willing to pay to acquire a home, similar utility, size and all the things, so. It's not the appraisal that's the issue. We could just take that through to our legislation, that would help. But yeah.
The people keep saying, oh, the high taxes are what the ways wants to live here. We have them to bidding up the prices. You know, this and that doesn't match. If that.
Still like.
Nobody's wanting to move here to the prices and start them being. Well, if you fund it with taxpayer.
Yeah, a lot of times when you buy a house, you know, you put in your offer, and you offer. It's really different than, you know, it's a back and forth between you and the seller. Now they take offers and charge you funding. So that's where people are also going to pay the asking price was 200. I'm gonna do 230. You have somebody else going, oh, you know, there's more things to do. You know, and you know. So
I need to ask, I know you're very busy with the appeals process, if you have time to do like speakers bureau kind of stuff, like schedule some lunch, lunches and some other things. You do a great presentation to help people have a deep understanding of how it works. Because even like the video is great and the little bits I'm able to share are helpful, but to get somebody's attention to really sit down and get a deeper understanding, that's even though it takes all of these time, that I think that's something affects.
Sure, yeah, that's absolutely, yeah, I'm always willing to talk to people. Whether they come into my office individually and sit there for 45 minutes and we talk about it, or on the phone, or even a meeting with a group, I don't even know where to start with that, so if you have some ideas, I'm just gonna do it. If you're willing to go with me, that'd be great. Yeah.
So yeah, it's a big section.
Yeah, yeah. We'll do that. Make appeals. Once those tax statements go out, that'll be a little bit. I might be busy again. That's not busy. But I'll
sprinkle them in.
Yeah, if we sprinkle some out over time, we can do that. Yeah. exemptions are problems in the state, you know, I know people don't think that that's as much of an issue, but it really is. When you look at Riley County, we have the highest exemption rate. As far as appraised value, things that impacts, that presentation I shared really shows. Who's carrying the burden of the tax, it's residential, commercial property, or where it's all coming from. So yes, they are feeling it the most when, you know, housing is funded with tax abatement, or, you know, with, more and more exempt property and things like that. So I agree that exemptions need to be looked at, that's a legislative issue. They have to dive in and be willing to say, okay, this is existing, we can't keep doing this on everything. There should be some sort of taxes collected on some of these other properties that are getting 100% exemptions.
Yeah, personal property, that's gonna be a big hit next year. Yeah, budget time, that's a significant amount of revenue that we're going to have to make up somewhere.
Yep.
So, it'll be.
Watercraft and.
And along with interest rates on home, like, increase interest income. So, we just next year.
Jumps on that through this year.
But we're just not sugarcoating.
Me, okay. It hasn't even been a week.
Give me a break. So we have the Kansas Emergency Management Association conferences in town this week. And Greg's gonna kind of welcome everybody in one. And there's a few slots left in the G2300 EOC management class that's in 2 weeks. Commissioner agreed that we don't really much. The plan will be to have a short lunch break and plow through and get out a little bit earlier each day, so if anybody needs to run back to their office and take the class, they have the time to go back to catch up if they need to. Commissioner for that.
You know, on that welcoming speech, Lori asked me a couple of months ago, can you get it? Sure. But September, I wonder, you just asked him, before we say anything, why is that coming up? He goes, tomorrow.
You're proud of this, so again.
People continue to ask on Thursday, no, better than asking on Thursday.
Oh, 2 days ago.
Anything else?
Something to share on a happy note. 2026 is going to be the 250th anniversary of the United States. And so there is a national campaign called America 250. And then there's a state campaign, and there is, as of August 29th, a local campaign. So Vivian and I attended the first committee meeting. It is being run through the Chamber of Commerce. So right now we're, I guess, the 2 representatives from the county. We will know a little bit more about how the committees are going to work and what kind of initiatives they're going to assign either themselves or us to. But I do want to put it out there. We'll provide more information as we know, but it is a community committee, so anybody is welcome to join. It's not just you having to something to be part of it. We of course will handle a lot of the historic and cultural aspects, but anybody can be involved. So if you have ideas, thoughts, or memories from the 200s, or anything like that, memorabilia that you may have saved or passed down, that you think would be fun to incorporate, just let us know. Or you're welcome to get involved. In fact, Shiloh's already shared a few things with us that she saw in another state too. And any ideas for great ideas at this point. So just let me know if you want some more information.
One cool thing we talked about doing, if I don't need to know there's still reviews on that. And for the 200s, we painted fire hydrants, so you can the right green. So the local PAR chapter is going to be working with Manhattan Fire and students kind of paid 255 veterans. They don't even need funds right now, just kind of in the past. Certain tickets to like Ramada and government buildings right now. So, and proclamations, and we're hoping to do 250 things.
And our local campaign will kick off in January. Right now, we're kind of negotiating the Kansas State kickoff. That would be fitting for our organization, our community building that actually.
Just a reminder, we're gonna do strategic planning at the employee day, that is next month, speaking of time. So it's just a little over a month away, we're gonna have a session, an all employee session. Grant Molly from Shopkeep will be there, to give us kind of an overview of, you know, what is strategic planning, and then kind of what the county process was. The employee committee thought it was important for, you know, employees as a whole. I mean, I'm sure we've all got questions from our folks or from colleagues or whatnot, what's going on, we expect to see and all that. So we just thought this was a good opportunity to get that information out to the greater group. Then apparently John and I, we got that wonderful surprise just last week. We're going to be people in the panel, I don't know. To talk a little bit more specifically about Raleigh County's part in it, and like how we've been doing, what you kind of expect to see. Because I mean, it's things I've heard from people, or heard from people, if that makes sense. I mean, it's anything from like, oh, we're, you know, everything's gonna get done next year, right? You know, all of a sudden the buildings are gonna pop up, or you know, nothing's gonna happen, or, you know, everything in between. So kind of setting expectations, if that makes sense, you know, kind of what we've been doing, what we're kind of forecasting to do, and kind of the process of doing it. And, you know, obviously we have to do the whole needs studies, and then there's a whole thing to it that buildings don't just pop. So, you know, making sure people are aware. Great example in Peaks. You know, things don't just happen overnight. There's been a lot of things that have happened in the background that people are not aware of. So helping to educate people with what strategic planning really is about, and again, setting kind of expectations for what they can be seeing over the next 10 years. So. And we're talking about
So they praise yourself.
Well, if there's nothing else. No, take off. Thank you for the line.